What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. Speak your mind, sports talk. All right, and check it out. Yep, I'm back on Bob Arum. Goddamn Bob Arum. Robert Arum. Bro, I don't know. Like, here's the thing with Bob Arum. And I'm not sure, you know, why it is this flies over so many people's head, but man, this is why I stay on top of Bob Arum because his inconsistencies and his his blatant and obvious contradictions. Like maybe he's just getting too old for this guy because he gives himself up all the time. You know, he's never consistent. And the problem is that this is a situation concerning two fighters that I like, Teofimo and Lopez, but then on the other side, Errol the true Spence, you know, and the fact that Terence Crawford and a lot of his issues and what's going on right now. Hey man, it's simply Bob Arum. I mean, we could go back and forth with this about Spence Duncan and this, that, the third, but so Bob Arum, just to give y'all a taste of what I'm getting at here. So Bob Arum was over on Barbershop, Fred Barbershop Conversation channel. To get interviewed by Fred Barbershop, and so I was just sitting there listening, and wanted to hear what Bob have to say. And like I told you guys, it ain't no it shouldn't be any surprises that uh I listen to some of these guys' content sometimes. I listen to their channels, see what they have to say, see what we have to debunk over here. So out of here. But anyway, I was listening over there, listening in to Bob Arum. And so he's talking about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney. And lo and behold, Bill Haney comes over there. He's always, I guess, at the right place at the right time. And he shows up over there on Fred Barbershop's channel. And he straight start drilling Bob Arum, which is good. Shout out to Bill Haney. I like to see stuff like that because especially when he approaches him and go right at him when the boxing fans are actually right there, to hear everything. So we don't have to go with this he say, she say, and this channel said no. We heard certain things come out of Bill Haney's mouth, and we heard certain things come out of Bob Arum's mouth. And so pretty sure Barbershop got the video live up. Y'all can go look at it. But anyway, they start going back and forth about Teofimo and Devin Haney, the regular conversation, and Bill Haney telling Bob that he need to give Teofimo a shot. And Bob Arum basically told Bill Haney that Devin Haney is not in his interest. He's like third line of fighters that he's interested for Teofimo to fight. And of course, they didn't like that. But here's my thing with Bob Arum. His reasoning behind it, right? And this is where he's inconsistent, double standard, and he gives himself up at every angle. Augustin Rogue, what's good with you? What's good? Salute D, but you're wrong on this. Spence don't want the fight. It's that simple. Yeah. Whatever, man. First and foremost, bro. Errol Spence and I think Errol Spence and Terence Crawford do want to fight. But Spence don't look. For all of you guys, talking about Spence jumping on the politics side of it now and everything. Look, it doesn't matter what you do, what sport you're in. If you earn something, then you want your share. So let's just put it this way. Fight your way up. If you grow yourself to be popular or whatever you do, you want to reap the benefits, reap your rewards. So Augustin wrote, you got to understand at this point right now, Errol Spence is the guy that is the reward between these two guys, monetarily anyway, as far as the money is concerned. So Terence Crawford can't demand 60-40, Augustin wrote. Cannot. It's not justified. And this is a part of what Bob Arum, which I'm gonna get back to this whole Bob Arum situation, because it's not really as much as you already ready to make this about Errol Spence Crawford thing. It's not as much about that this live here, Augustin, as it is about Bob Arum's inconsistencies. But he shows you that he's gotten into the way of even this Terence Crawford fight. You have to listen to Bob Arum, his line of thinking. Look at what his main motives and objectives are. And just sift through all the bullshit that he tells you, Augustin wrote. Because if you're willing to exonerate Bob Arum on the Spence and Crawford fight and really sit there and make yourself believe that Spence just don't want to fight, bro, you're really missing a lot in boxing. Spence and Crawford want their fight with each other. That fight has to be done under the right circumstances. And Crawford getting 60-40, first and foremost, Augustin wrote, ain't the right damn circumstances. You know, he can't ask for more than what he's worth and then make Spence get less than what he worth. This is what you're saying right now. And Crawford's shooting for Pacquiao. And believe it or not, Augustin wrote, so is Bob Arum. So if you're missing all of that, if you're missing the fact that Crawford's shooting for Pacquiao right now, he's not worried about Spence. You're missing the fact that Crawford says he's not willing to entertain 60-40 at all, Augustin wrote. So even if Spence came to him with an offer of 60-40, Crawford has already told you guys that he doesn't want to hear that about the 60-40 split. So in turn, when you know this information, how can you sit up here and say Spence don't want to fight? They said they're willing to give him 60-40. Crawford said he's not taking 60-40, Augustin wrote. Like, don't you get any of this? Bro, this stuff got to sink into you guys. But it's Bob Arum. It's not making this any easier either. And what you have to understand, Augustin wrote, with Bob Arum coming out, basically denouncing Crawford and saying all of the silly shit he's been saying about Crawford, talking about turning him over to the buff and all of this. Look, Augustin, you got to understand something. At the end of the day, it's going to be Bob Arum, Top Rank, however you want to put it, is going to make the deal on this fight. It's not going to be Bo Mack and Terence Crawford, no matter what they say and how much they cry. It's going to be Bob Arum and Top Rank. And Bob Arum wants the Pacquiao fight every bit of what Crawford does. Because Crawford's contract is about to expire with Top Rank. So when you look at the business side of it, Augustin wrote, Bob Arum makes hella money off of a Pacquiao Crawford. Hella money. He doesn't have to care about who wins or loses. Crawford get ready to leave Top Rank anyway. And I'm pretty sure Bob Arum knows that. With Spence, he makes money. But with Pacquiao, he makes for sure money. See? He said that Terence Crawford is costing him money. He's a risk. He's not even willing to deal with him. So Arum's not trying to go through cross promotions, all of this nonsense that is going to take to put that fight together and then take less money. Because we got to look at it like this. Yes, a Crawford Spence fight would probably be as big or maybe not as big as Pacquiao, because Pacquiao is such a huge star. But it would be somewhere close. But in that situation, as much as Crawford comes out into the media and cries at Dustin Rhodes, Bob Arum understands that he's not 50-50. Bob Arum understands this clearly, Augustin. Obviously, you don't, because you think that it's still Spence when Crawford said, but Bob Arum understands that Crawford's not 60-40, and he's not even 50-50 with Spence. So the portion that Top Rank would get out of this cross promotional deal, the portion that Terence Crawford would get, is probably less than what Bob can take back with a Crawford Pacquiao fight. So thinking about Bob Arum and his greedy ass, which way do you think he's more willing to go, Augusta Road? See, you got to put all of this together, man. This is the whole point I'm bringing this live, because Bob is showing you these things just by some of the things he was saying on Fred Barbershop about Teofimo Lopez and the Devin Haney situation. You can listen to Bob. You can listen to Bob kill himself, Augusta Road. Mortal Boxing 2. What's good, brother? I put the link in the chat. Indeed, I might have. What's up? What's up? I agree 100%, but if you're going to get a lot of hate, yeah. You know, hey, man, let me tell you something, IBT. You know, I don't give two shits about that. If I see it as the truth, I see it as the truth. And after he came on to Fred Barbershop last night, he just gave me more to speak on this. And it's coming from Bob Arum's mouth. And you listen to this guy, and you take the things that he say that he contradicts himself on. He'll go back on it. But then you take the things that he say that he actually brings to fruition, and he actually stands his ground on. You can tell how Bob Arum is moving. You can tell if you're willing to accept the fact, instead of pointing the finger at the PBC and Spence and man down and playing one side or the other. You can tell that Bob Arum's clearly getting in the way of the Crawford and Spence fight just by his comments and his ideals and his morals and ethics, and what makes perfect sense because of the money aspect of it, of what he was saying about Teofimo and Devin Haney last night on Fred Barbershop. Look, man, or the night before last, whenever the fuck he was on there, I watched it last night. So, all right. So he tells Bill Haney. Anyway, I forgot to salute you guys. LeBron, what's good? What's good? Warp Speed, what's good with your brother soccer training club in the building? Champ is here. Yes, sir. Samuel Wild, Shaw, what's good, Samuel Wild? Man, Fish in the building. What's up, Fish? Willie Boy, slip and move, prime fighting champion. Samuel says, when Art Casual is going to realize that Bob Arum is the A side versus Errol. Right. Please explain how Bud can be considered A side, but his promotional company is losing money on him. I swear, Samuel. I swear it's so senseless to me. And then you got Bud yelling out 60-40. You got Bob pretty much confirming he's seeking Pacquiao, and Bud saying he's wanting Pacquiao. But these Crawford fans want to say Spence is ducking. With all of this right in your face. Like, bro, it makes no sense to me. Absolutely amazing. What Speed says, speaking mind, whose stock went higher this year in your opinion, D? Spencer? For sure. Look, Errol Spence stock went higher than Bud Crawford for two reasons. Now, they're already reporting numbers of 300,000 plus pay-per-view buys for Danny and Spence. That's already double of what Crawford's did was. Just that one, right? Now, this is just for the pay-per-view side of it. But when you look at the fight, the Danny Garcia fight, and the magnitude of what that fight meant, Spence coming off the accident and all of that, right? I mean, ask yourself that question. Think about it. Whose stock went higher? Because Terence Crawford's stock has basically plummeted. Look at how Bob Arum is throwing his hands up with him. Like, I can't make no money off this guy. I can't do nothing with him. Whereas Spence just had what would be considered in this pandemic a reasonable pay-per-view. Right? They both had damn near a year off. if you think about it. Crawford was 11 months, but it was damn near a year. He fighting on in 2020, fought in 2019, at the end of 2019, and then he just fought a couple of weeks, a few weeks ago, on the 14th of November. So about an 11-month stretch. So if you asking me whose stock went higher, it was definitely Spence. You think Crawford's stock went any higher with that fucking Brook fight? Man, that shit didn't raise his stock. Brooks been finished. He's been done. Spence just uh, fought somebody that people wanted to see. Not many people wanted to see Brook Crawford. Not many people cared, bro. So yeah, I believe Spence stock definitely went higher. There should be a reason that 60-40 for Spence as the belts are on welterweight. Past accomplishments should come into do it. Bud still smokes. Yeah, I mean, hey, Bud can win the fight, but Bud got to understand the negotiations. And, outside of Spence having 2 belts and Bud only having 1 Woolly Boy, it's just Spence's selling power, his star power. It's just, bro, but he can't ask for 60-40 like Crawford fans. Bud cannot do that. He can't even say, like, negotiate 60-40 to try to get it to 50-50 because it's not even 50-50 for Bud. Like, I don't understand. Boxing Virus, what's good, brother? Well, bro, Remy 22, what's up, Remy? Kevin in the building. What up, my man, Kevin? So, yeah, so back to Bob on Barbershop. So he says Devin Haney is the number 3 guy behind Teofimo Lopez, right? Because Bob Arum's, this is Bob Arum's explanation. In the 135-pound division, Devin Haney hasn't done enough to deserve a shot at Teofimo Lopez. He has to do more. Bob said he doesn't bring anything to the table, and the other fights are more valuable than a fight with Devin Haney. Now, here's the contradictory, guys. How can you say that, but in the same breath, sit there and say that Bud Crawford deserves a fight with Spence? It's damn near an identical situation, man. Devin Haney has a belt. Let's forget about all of this email and all of this. Devin Haney has a belt. Teofimo needs to fight him to clean up. Terence Crawford has a belt. He needs to fight. Errol Spence needs to fight him. This is what Bob. So it's damn near the same thing. But Bob says that Devin Haney hasn't done enough, but you feel Crawford has done enough. Listen, in their respective divisions, they ain't really done too much more than the other. Because what has Crawford done at 147, Bob Arum? And see, this is how he gives himself up on this stupid shit. Why does he want Devin Haney to do more? Ask yourself that. Why does Bob Arum want Devin Haney to do more? So that his stock is increased. That way, when he puts him in there with Teofimo, who can make more money? Bob Arum. But he cannot make that same complaint about Terence Crawford because it's his guy, Terence Crawford, that's on the short end of the stick, that's not making the money, that's not the draw. But in the same breath, you want to say that Terence Crawford is worth it. Well, Bob, you tell me this. By your logic and by what you're saying about Teofimo and Devin Haney, this is by your own logic, Bob Arum, then how is Crawford worth it? See, this is the inconsistencies with Bob. You can't utilize that shit with Devin Haney, talking about why you don't want to make the fight or you don't see it fit to make a fight with Devin Haney and Teofimo. Because to tell you the truth, guys, I don't like that. If Teofimo is not fighting George Kambosos Jr. in Australia for $10 million, or he's not going up to 140 to fight the likes of Pedraza, Zepeda, or someone like that, Linares, If Teofimo's not doing either one of those things, he should be fighting Devin Haney. I don't know what the hell the matter with Bob. He put Tank Davis in front of Devin Haney. He put the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia in front of Devin Haney. This is what Bob said. Bob said he's third in line. And this is y'all gotta realize too. You could really say fourth in line because this is if the Kambosos Jr. fight doesn't work out or whatever. Then I guess he's got Devin Haney fourth in line. Because I doubt I doubt at any levels they're turning down this $10 million fight. So that's definitely Kambosos Jr. is the forerunner, right? And then Bob's talking about Ryan or Luke Campbell, the winner of that. Or maybe Tank Davis. He said if Floyd wants to put Tank in the ring. So he's putting Devin Haney behind all of them. But then at the same time, you want to take Crawford here on the other side and put him on the forefront. See, this is what I'm telling you guys that out here that's listening to the playback. Some of you guys that even have faith or believe in Bob Arum in the chat, if it is any like that. This is the poison of Bob Arum. But listen, man, he's the smartest with this. He's been doing this the longest. If you don't have people like me sitting here breaking down, looking through all of this nonsense, it's not going to be common knowledge. Samuel knew it. He knew it all too well. But Samuel knew Bob Arum was a snake. I mean, a lot of us know he's a snake, but they don't pay attention to the things that he do and how he moves. Joshua Little John, what's up, brother? Walt Speed said, okay, I mean, whose name will be more remembered nowadays? Spence was viewed by 300,000 people, probably 1 million total with piracy, but Crawford seen by. Well, yeah, see, you gotta understand something. And I see people do that a lot too. They say, like the pay-per-view versus the regular sales. Man, I don't really know the actual numbers to tell you the truth, but I would imagine it's way more than 1 million warp speed. And here's the thing why, because it's so many of these illegal streaming sites around that if 2.5 million people actually watch Crawford fight Brook, do you really believe only 1.3 million people watched Spence and Garcia? It's not we can't it's not like we can find any proof to prove this, but I just don't think that would be. Look, these sites, VIP, Beela Sports, Crack Streams, all of these sites, they're no secret, man. People all around know about these sites. And I can guarantee you, bro, they probably way more than 2.5 million. I think with the pay-per-view, they're just 300,000 plus whatever people bought that shit. But man, thing probably was viewed so much all around Warp Speed. I'm telling you now. In no way. See, the thing is this, it's like these lives we do, right? It might be 50 or 60 of us here. I don't know what's going on today. Not a lot of us in here, but it might be only like 50 or 60 of us in here. But then, like the live we did yesterday, I think we had like 60, 70 people in here. But it was viewed over 2,000 times. So it's sort of like that with these pay-per-view numbers. You know what I mean? You might see 300,000, but I think that equate to a whole lot more views. A whole lot more views, right? Because like I said, we only had 60, 70 people in the chat, but it was 2,000 views, over 2,000 views live from yesterday. So I think it's a lot like that with the pay-per-view versus the live views and people actually watching. Man, those pay-per-view numbers don't even touch. It don't even give you a inkling of how many people were actually watching that fight on the streams. You know what I mean? Then a lot of bookies, like the bookie I use to do my parlays, they got little streams that they run, so you can watch the events right on their site. All kind of streams you can watch the fights through, sporting events through, bro, for no money. Samuel Shaw, Bud even came out and said that Errol wasn't ducking him, but these dudes, nah, just tending. I know, man. I said that to others. I'm like, bro, like that's something else too, Samuel. Like with the whole Bud and Spence saga, and it lets you know about Bob. Because I'm gonna let up off Bob. This is about that Bob Arum bullshit. When Bud Crawford came out and he said that, oh, Samuel, he was frustrated. He was frustrated with Bob, and I keep telling these Crawford fans, don't y'all understand? When Bud came out and put that video out, it was like, man, this Spence ain't ducking me, man. Bud figured out then the bullshit that Bob was doing. Because ever since then, their relationship been going downhill, downhill, downhill. Ever since then, Samuel. But these Buck fans don't even want to pay no attention to that. Ever since Terence Crawford came out and said that, his relationship with Bob Arum been going downhill and downhill and downhill ever since. Now it's to a head. So Bud knew back then it wasn't Spence, you know, and I know already Spence knows it's not Bud. You know, see, Spence already know that if things get held up or don't happen, he already knows Al Heyman, but he's comfortable with that. See, Spence is comfortable with letting Al and them pull the strings because he'll tell you, well, you know, go talk to Al. I mean, I got to go talk to Al. But I'm pretty sure he already understands. Okay, well, for some reason, I don't want this fight right now, so I'm gonna just go ahead and do what I got to do until he say, all right, let's take the fight. Crawford fans, and you know, they're oblivious to the fact that it's Arum on his side. They don't want to listen to the fact that it's Arum that's doing his part. But Samuel, you know, I done said this shit long time ago. It won't never Spence and Crawford. It was always Bob Arum and Al Heyman finagling this goddamn fight. And fans are just so blind to it. Even Augusta Road started this live off. I don't care what you say, Spence don't want to fight. So they got fans fooled. I'm telling you, Bob Arum and Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, and Frank Warren and DeBella, they all at the country club, man. They all at the damn country club, sipping back on champagne, looking at all the boxing fans arguing, just laughing, enjoying themselves, eating cocktails and shit. Because they like, look at all of them arguing about what we doing. And they still spending the money. They all in cahoots, man. They put out in the media like they hate each other's guts and all of this shit. But when the money right, they seem to make the fights happen. They all seem to work together. Man, they all in cahoots, bro. It's Al Heyman and Bob Arum, both Augustin Road. It's both of them holding off for this fight. They marinating this fight, man. And I'm telling you right now, since there's no reason to rush the situation, since Spence and Crawford is chasing Pacquiao, because if either one of them gets it, that's just another way to delay this fight further. But I'll tell you right now, ain't no fucking way they letting this fight pop off without fans. Full fans, not this limited shit. They gonna want full fans for this. So I'm telling you, man. What are you talking about? Hell no, Devin Haney needs to fight Tank Davis before mixing it up with Teofimo. Yeah, I would say that's probably um a better move, Joshua. I was just saying that to Jalik the leader last night because all right, Tank provides power. I don't think he hits harder than Teofimo, no doubt. But Haney still need to know if he could take some shots because Tank gonna put it to his body, which Teofimo will. Tank is gonna hit him in the body because Tank's a good body puncher. And then Tank is going to, test that chin if he can get in there on that chin, which Teofimo will. So I think that's a good shout, Joshua Lil John. Because I said the same exact thing to Jalik the leader that maybe he should try to get the fight with Tank Davis because that'll be a fight that'll take him uphill to Teofimo Lopez. And Jalik got mad talking about he already better than Teofimo Lopez. Well, he ain't proven that. Teofimo Lopez is proving he's better than Devin Haney because he fought Lomachenko, which was proven to be better than all of them. Now, Devin Haney may be able to beat Teofimo Lopez, but we don't know. Teofimo's proven it already. Devin ain't proven it. It's just potential, eye test. But that could be all shit in the basket. Man, I keep telling you, Joshua, no, he don't. He don't need to go to the matchroom. What can matchroom do for Bud? I told you this last time you told me that. You said this to me before. You need to go to matchroom. Matchroom ain't gonna help him. PBC got the welterweight division on lock. He needs to go sign a 2-fight deal, just a 2-fight deal with PBC and have the Spence fight written in. That's what he needs to do. I don't know how you believe Eddie Hearn is going to help Crawford out in this situation. Eddie Hearn don't got no damn welterweights, Joshua. So he gonna put him in there with Conor Ben? Then what's after Conor Ben, Joshua, Lil John? Eddie Hearn don't have nothing for Terence Crawford. Well, he gonna give him a fight with well shit, he done fought Conor and Bro. Well, that's all off the table. Haney, Ryan, Teo, Coleman, Nakatani, Martinez, Fortuna all need to fight. Prime fighting champion. I don't know why you got Teofimo name in there because if you ain't figured it out, Teofimo already beat Kame and Nakatani on that list. He's beaten Kame, Nakatani, and Lomachenko. Now Lomachenko, prime fighting champion, is Lomachenko beats everybody on that list besides Teofimo. We don't know about Ryan or Haney. But I would pick Loma over Devin Haney for sure, and potentially Ryan, depending on what we see from Luke Campbell. Right now, I'm picking Lomachenko. Right now, if this fight was announced tomorrow, Haney, Lomachenko, I'm picking Lomachenko. Ryan Garcia, Lomachenko, I'm picking Lomachenko. Hank, Lomachenko, I'm picking Lomachenko. Call me Lomachenko, Lomachenko. Nakatani, Lomachenko, Lomachenko. Martinez, Lomachenko. Fortuna, Lomachenko. I'm picking Lomachenko for all of them. That's me, honestly. I'm gonna pick Lomachenko to beat all of them. Teofimo already beat Lomachenko, Nakatani, and Coleman. So why is he in the mix? He doesn't have to be in the mix of that. They have to prove, not Teofimo. They have to fight each other. Teofimo sitting there with 5 belts, dude. And according to Bob Arum, PFC, they have to fight each other and build themselves up, do something. What Bob Arum said, they have to do something to make themselves valuable for him to want to put Teo into that fight. So it's not Teo that has to do something. It's those guys that have to do something. I don't understand why so much pressure is on my guys, man, from both angles, and everybody's so inconsistent with this shit. People sit here this nonsense with Devin Haney and Teofimo. Like fans on both sides are so full of shit, man. I'm telling you right now, this shit is so funny to me. A lot of these motherfuckers just at Bob Arum. See, I'm at Bob Arum's throat because of Bob Arum. But these fans, it's about the fighters. I listen to some of these Spence fans with the Terence Crawford and the Bud Arum and Buck and Errol Spence situation, and the same nonsense that I'm bitching about with Teofimo and Devin Haney. They're accepting it with Errol Spence because it's Errol Spence that's the guy, right? It's Al Heyman's guy, Errol Spence. That's the guy. So it's cool, and they're cool with this situation because it's Errol Spence. But when it's Teofimo Lopez, it's not cool. Cause see, they don't like Teofimo because they feel like he gotta fight Haney. I never, undisputed. You got undisputed, whatever, man. Mauricio Suleiman got in the way of this whole thing, but they're not being honest with themselves neither. Because Lomachenko won a WBC belt. Teofimo beat him, regardless of that trinket that Suleiman put in the way, and they just dismissed the fact that Suleiman made Lomachenko the selected champion. This is why they gave Teofimo that other belt that these fools don't like to talk about. See, all they talk about is Devin Haney and what Teofimo need to do. But when it's Spencer Crawford, they turn tails. They go the other way. Teofimo Lopez got 2 belts here. 2 belts. I said this way back then. Now, I don't care about the undisputed shit. I just call him a 4-belt unified Ring Magazine, lineal champion, all of that bullshit. Okay, he got all of that. Unified champion. I ain't going with the 4-belt undisputed. But what I'm saying here is it's Mauricio Suleiman that caused this issue here. He has a franchise belt he holding in his hand, and he has the goddamn WBC championship belt on his left shoulder, which is basically representing the same belt that Devin Haney has. And that lies the problem. So I believe Teofimo, and again, I'll say this either. I don't agree with Bob Arum. That's why this live is about what it's about. Because I ain't on that bullshit Bob Arum is on. And I don't agree with his double standards, his contradiction, and all of that nonsense. Because if he can have the right sense of mind to say this about Devin Haney, then Bob Arum should have that same sense of mind when it comes to Terence Crawford, but he doesn't. He tries to put the heat on Al Heyman and them and Errol Spence and make all of these silly ass Spence haters and PBC haters believe that it's Errol Spence ducking and this is what Bob does. But then he comes out of his own mouth and in the same situation, the type of situation, he puts the onus on Devin Haney, right? So it's all bullshit with Bob Arum. Don't you people see this? No, I'm not going along with this bullshit Bob Arum doing just because it's my guy Teofimo. Because at the end of the day, what people have to understand is I'm not playing one side or the other. This is what it's about for me. These 2 guys, Teofimo Lopez and Errol the True Spence. And this dumb shit that Bob Arum is doing, where he's clearly contradicting himself, where he's clearly showing everybody that he's so full of shit. This affects my 2 guys because I don't care about this side of the street shit or standing behind your brothers or standing behind your American flag or whatever the fuck people want to throw in the middle of this. I'm looking at it from boxing. And boxing Bob Arum, he playing everybody, man. You can't feel this way about the Teofimo Devin Haney situation. But then you feel totally different about the Terence Crawford and Errol Spence situation. Come on, Bob Arum, stop that nonsense. And then he's got all of these fans going back and forth with each other and just basically exonerating him, not understanding that he's the goddamn problem. It's Bob Arum, people. Y'all wake up with this. It ain't Spence. It's not Spence, bro. It's not Terence Crawford for all you Spence fans. Now, Terence Crawford is adding to the problem. Like I said, if you want to call a duck, if you want to take it out on the fighters and call a duck, well, when it was my guy Spence's time to be called a duck because of what he said out of his mouth and his part in it, and I called him a duck for it. So right now with Crawford yammering off about 60-40, and I don't even want Spence, I want Pacquiao, then y'all call it what y'all want, but y'all call it a duck. Or you just realize that this fucking Bob Arum and Al Heyman holding this fight up and don't call either of them a duck. Like Terence Crawford tried to tell you idiots. But fans want to be one-sided or the other. These Spence fans and PBC lovers, they want to blame Crawford. Crawford fans and the fanboys and the Bob Arum illusionists, they want to blame Errol Spence. Me? I see behind all of this bullshit. And Bob Arum just came out, ran his mouth off on Fred Barbershop Conversation. and he gave it up. He gave it up. If y'all willing to put it together, if y'all willing to go, just go listen to him and listen to the things that he said about the Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney situation. And you would have to ask yourself, well, goddamn, Bob, if that's your logic on this, if that's your logic about this Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney situation, then how you sitting up here hollering about what Terence Crawford supposed to get and what he deserves to get? Because if that's your logic, then you should feel like Devin Haney's supposed to get this, and Devin Haney deserves this. But Bob Arum's so full of shit, man. He's so full of it. What about them 5 or 6 mil that watch Errol versus Bundu after? Yeah, I know, Shaw. I know, Shaw. I know. But they want to make this whole thing about some 2 million or something people that watch Crawford. Man, I ain't even trying to hear that nonsense. And then what you got to think about too, Sam, well, is that if it's a pandemic and shit, right? What people are more likely to be in the fuck house watching TV? They can't go to the clubs and shit. So even if it's a pay-per-view or something, man, people streaming the hell out of that shit, bro. You know what I mean? They streaming the hell out of it. More speed. Thanks, DJ, for replying and not calling me an idiot. Nah, Warp Speed. It ain't like that, brother. Corey Lee boxing in the building. What's up? I put it in the, I thought I put the link in the chat, man. Man, hell yeah, Corey, the link in the chat already. I put it in there a couple times, but there it is for you. Nick Harmer, what's good with your brother? Cliff Bailey in the building yesterday was fire, though. I'm telling you, that was a good live. Man, that thing did over 2,000 views, Cliff Bailey. A lot of people watched that live, but it was a good topic, man. A real good topic. And just like this one is, too. I'm not sure if this one will be as popular. Let me pull Errol Spence out for that. But Bob Arum, man, I'm telling you, see, the topics like this, like, okay, if you're taking a shot at a guy, right? If you're taking a shot at a guy, or if you're down in a fighter, the topic yesterday for 4 Belt Undisputed, that was just pretty. No. We did Anthony Joshua Pulev yesterday, so that was a good topic. 4 Belt Undisputed is pretty good too. But okay, if you do a topic like that, a popular guy, or you're taking a shot at a guy, like when I did those Wilder videos, those tend to do really well. Over 1,000 views on those. All of them, 1.6 thousand on one, 1.2 thousand, over 1,000 on another. I think one was 1.8 thousand. This one yesterday was over 2,000. But when you talk about things like this, the truth, just look at the people in here, bro. Nobody wants to hear that. Somebody wants you to lay the blame, point the finger on one of these fighters. That's what's exciting, I guess, to boxing fans. They want, you know what I mean? Or if I'm sitting here bashing a fucking channel, like, another channel, I might have 1.3 thousand views on that because I'm talking shit about he knows the sports on an entire live, or Black Horseman's stupid ass or something, right? Then I might get a bunch of views on that. But when we sit here and we talk about the truth, when we put Bob Arum on blast, when we put Al Heyman or Eddie Hearn or Errol Spence, even when I put somebody on blast, well, no, because if it's a fighter, it's probably pretty popular. But man, the truth, that don't lay blame on these fighters or don't go against the narratives or what people want to say. Spence is ducking. I'm just protecting Errol Spence, or I'm a PBC level. But the thing with this topic right here is nobody can call out none of that shit on me right here with this bullshit, because this is about Errol Spence and Teofimo Lopez. One which happens to be at the PBC, and the other which happens to be with Top Rank. So this ain't no fucking network thing with me. This is a Bob Arum thing with me, and Bob Arum is in the way constantly, fam. This guy is always in the way in these situations. Samuel Shaw said, "Well, Errol and Bud had the convo. He put him on the game, and that's when Bud and Bob started going downhill." Yeah, for sure. for sure. And Bob Arum probably didn't even want them talking and behind the scenes in confidence like that, Samuel. You know he probably didn't want that. That Al Heyman information getting over to Terence Crawford. Fighting Travis Biscuit. Big up. Oscar de la Fishnet. Tio said in the interview he doesn't want to fight tall fighters. Man, get out of here with that, man. Go scroll back, Oscar de la Fishnet. Go, just leave this live. Go back and look through my videos and scroll back. Now, I'm a Teofimo fan. So I love people like you that come through here with this dumb shit. Go scroll back through my videos and see how I flamed Teofimo Lopez for saying that. I've already flamed him, fam. See, that's why you idiots can't come in here with this shit about, oh, Tio said this, because I am not like you people, man. And I'm calling you one of them people because you weren't coming in here with this dumbass type comment. Because you probably don't understand how I work over here. Yes, I'm a huge Teofimo fan, but this same incident that you're talking about, I have a video already out with me giving Teofimo extreme flame for talking about that tall fighter shit. So that comment here, fam, I don't want to hear it because it don't have nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Oscar de la Fiction. It don't have nothing to do with the foolishness that Bob Arum is doing. So can it? Get out of here with that. Soccer Training Club, what's good with you? That's in the best in the building. DMV, baby, what's good? Speaking my sports talk on deck. Hit that like button ASAP. Appreciate you, bro. Say this generation of boxers are soft as hell. Well, that we agree on. They are. A lot of them are. That we agree on. Jeff in the building. What's good, Jeff? I think Tank would spark Haney. I would like to see. I would like to see. I think Tank could. I'm not necessarily going to sit and say he would, but I think that he could, Jeff. But I don't know. I think Haney could definitely outbox him too. Haney could potentially outbox Teofimo. We don't know. But at least let me see him fight some kind of guy that would prove to me and say, okay, because right now, look, I don't care how they want to pump these two Haney fights up. He had struggles with Santiago, and he had a mediocre performance with Gamboa. Those two fights are not going to tell me he beats Teofimo Lopez. So that's just how I feel about it. So I don't care what anybody's eye test. Devin Haney's got to prove it. Bob Arum wants him to prove it before he decides to pay him any money in a real fight with Teofimo. And that's just the business. But I don't really advocate for that dumb shit Bob's doing because it's contradictory in what he's saying with Errol, Spence, and Crawford. That's why I don't like. I'm not going to sit here and jump on Teofimo. Yeah, that's right. You hear what Bob say? Yeah, that's right. Because when he came out with that stupid ass reasoning, and like he should have just kept his mouth shut. He could have said that, and I'm like, well, look, because I said the other day that look, y'all can blame T.O. or cry about T.O. all you want, but go tell that to Bob Arum, because Bob Arum says that Devin Haney needs to earn it. But when he came out and explained it, he broke it down and he started talking about, he put Devin Haney number 3 and he gave his reasonings and all that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, how much difference is that from Terence Crawford and Errol Spence, Bob Arum? How much difference is that? Because it's not much difference, bro. Bob Arum double standard, contradictory as a motherfucker, man. Said Nicole Machiamano agreeing with the brother D and Samuel. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Let me hear. Bud is moving down to 135. Bud will kill it. Man, Bud said that, but I don't know. We'll see. Well, so what is he gonna do? Vacate the WBO title? Now, I tell y'all one thing. If he vacates that title, and Spence was to chase right after it, bro, I would give Spence a whole lot of heat for that. I'm telling y'all that right now. I don't give a fuck, bro. That sounds like something that Allen would do. Like if he vacated that title, the next day, Spence is in a vacant title fight or some bullshit like that for the WBO. Bro, I would flame the hell out of Spence for that. Because he shouldn't even take the fight. He shouldn't even allow Al Hammond to make him bad like that. LeBron, he said, I believe if PBC gets Bud, the big fights. Well, a two fight, I believe myself that a two fight deal with him would get him the Spence fight, LeBron. Not signing them like signing his life away and getting into one of them silly contracts like those, but just signing a two fight deal with them, having it written in that he fights Spence. I think he would get the fight. I mean, he would get that big fight. All the big fights, I don't know and I don't care. What I want to see is Errol Spence and Sean. I mean, and Terence Crawford. That's really all I care about. And I think a two fight deal, if he, doesn't re-sign with Top Rank, which I'm pretty sure he won't. I think he should be looking to go sign a two fight deal. That's my best. That's the best advice that I could give. I didn't think about her not having any welterweights, to be honest. Hell no, that fool don't got nothing for Crawford, bro. You don't have nothing for Crawford. Pacquiao moved back to his natural weight class. He'll kill him. Pacquiao's too old to. Oscar De La Fishnet, who are you, dude? Where you coming from? Pacquiao's 42 years old, bro. He's not cutting weight like that anymore. Man, you talking crazy. I mean, I only got a few fights left in boxing. You think you're going to be cutting 30, 40 pounds, dude, at this age? Man, cut that nonsense out. Joshua Little John, big up. Yeah, everybody saluting each other. Brown Gone One says, Boy wants to fight Spence. Spence wants to play with his ponies. Brown Gone One. Bud was just asked who he wanted to fight, and he didn't say Spence. Now you're saying Spence, but Bud didn't say that. Bud said Pacquiao. Now you can say, "Oh, Bud only said that," but now y'all trying to get into Bud's mind and tell us why Bud said what he said, right? Bud said he wanted to fight Pacquiao. Bud Crawford said Spence is not ducking him, but you guys say Bud wants to fight Spence. Spence wants to play with Pony. See, y'all don't make no sense, bro. And then this everything that I'm telling you here about Bob Arum. And that's just going right past too, right past your head too. That's what I'm saying. Look, don't be a part of the poison in the community. This is why we discuss these things here. Sometimes there's a situation where you don't have to take one side or the other with the boxes and start bashing them and pointing them and pay attention to what's going on behind the scene. Understand this, Brown Gone One. Bob Arum and Al Heyman are the main issues for this fight, fam. The fighters are telling you they're not ducking each other. You don't hear Spence talk about Crawford ducking him. Crawford told you, Brown Gone One, Spence ain't ducking him. Y'all don't hear the fighters saying this. Y'all hear them arguing about 60-40 split, but y'all don't hear them saying they either one of them ducking each other. That's coming from you people. It's not coming from them. Crawford said he's not ducking them. And you sit here trying to convince me he is? Well, check this out, Brown Gone One. I don't believe what Crawford says. I'm gonna believe what I know Bob Arum and Al Hammond is doing, and you keep believing that Spence don't want to fight or just want to play with the horses. I'll let you believe that. That's what you want to believe. I'm trying to get you to believe the truth, but if that's what you want to believe, hey, that's on you, bro. Oscar De La Fish. Oh, I don't know how I got back to that. Bud's not a coward. No, 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 no. You said the same thing. Moving back down because Spencer's looking for another. No, Bud's not a coward. But again, man, see, that's the thing. This is not pro Spence anti Bud conversation. This is a Bob Arum conversation. And I keep saying this. The same thing I just said to Brown 1-1. Bud is not afraid, doesn't have any reservations or any reasons why he doesn't want to or shouldn't fight Spence. None. Money and politics is in the way of this, Oscar De La Fishnet. Brown Gone One, Augustine Road. Y'all gotta listen to me and hear me here, man. It's more of Bud, it's more of Al Heyman and Bob Arum, and much, much less of Spence and Bud Crawford. Now, do they play their part in this whole debacle, right? Do they play their part in this? Do Errol Spence and Crawford have some? Yes, they do. Because, like I said, back when Errol Spence did the fight hype video, and he came out and he said the shit about Sean Porter. You know, let me go in here and fight Sean Porter and take this belt. Then I'm gonna come back to the negotiation table and we'll see them talk about 50-50. Now, Spence really shouldn't have put that in his fans' minds because I'm comfortable with now the way things played out. That he knew damn well back then when he said that the Terence Crawford fight wasn't gonna be happening anytime soon. But still, I called him a duck because this is what you say. Your man's down promotions, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And you said the negotiation table was next. Well, after the Porter fight, he didn't even mention Crawford on no damn negotiation table. He mentioned names and Crawford wasn't a part of it. So I said, you know what, that's a duck. That should be considered a duck on his part because what he said. Well, where do you think the order came from? The order came from Al Heyman. So baby Spence just ran off at his mouth too soon. But then when he got the order from Al Heyman, nah, even after Porter, ain't gonna be no Crawford fight. Spence fell in line and they interviewed him and he didn't say a goddamn thing about Crawford. But you ran your mouth, Errol Spence. So I'll put a video out there and I called him a duck for it. And all these fucking Spence lovers and PBC pony boys, they was calling me all kind of coons and fake Spence fans and all of that for saying that. But Spence ran his mouth. I know what the real deal was. I know that it was Arum and Heyman. Because if Spence says, okay, he'll go to negotiate the table next, and then Al says, no, sir, you're not, then Spence ain't going. So he just ran off at his mouth, but still he has to be called out on it. Now, when we fast forward to now, I understand that it's not Crawford. I understand it's more Arum. I know that it's not Spence, but Crawford ran his mouth. He said, no, I ain't taking no pay cuts. I'm not taking less than 60-40. I'm the eight, I get 60-40. And then he says, I really want Pacquiao. I'm not worried about Spence. So if Crawford runs his mouth, if I'm going to sit there and call Spence still knowing that there's other factors, I don't think that I'm going to sit here and let Crawford get away with this. Or at least definitely not sit here and keep calling Spencer dog. Now you guys got to be crazy. You got to call it straight down the line. Either way, whether it hurts your feelings, whether it's your guy or not, just get like me because I don't care. Don't hurt my feelings. I call these motherfuckers what they are. Any of them. And I love Spence. I'm a huge Spence fan. Fuck that. I pick him in every fight. I think he'll beat them all. I think he beats Crawford. There's a lot of people say, oh, I like Spence, but I don't know, man. I think Crawford will beat him. But I'm going to be rooting for Spence. No, I think Spence beats Crawford, okay? So it ain't that type of party. Tell y'all all the time my top 5 guys. I don't have no Terence Crawford and Joshua. These guys know I got Spence on speed dial. Look, boom. Spence again. Bye. Right on speed dial. Teofimo on speed dial. You know, those my top guys on speed dial. I got Tyson Fury speed dial. Tyson Fury right there. Right. So I need to make one of those with Jamel Charlo too. But my thing is this: I'm a huge Spence fan, but I'm not. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a bean about this stuff, man. These guys, these guys want to fight each other. I don't know. I'm not trying to hear that. You fans can go back and forth with that. Spence don't want to fight Crawford. You Spence fans, Crawford don't really want that smoke. Man, I'm not alone. I'm not on those lines. I think Spence wants to fight Crawford. Crawford wants to fight Spence. Spence misspoke because he didn't talk to Al before he. Crawford is having problems with Arum, right? So they're contradicting each other. And Crawford misspoke. So when these guys misspoke to the media, then they can be held or at least be called doctors for the shit they said out their mouth. Because neither of them should have said that shit. Crawford should and listen. If your own boss is telling you it's hard to make money off of you, motherfucker, you ain't no draw. So you can't go demanding 60-40. So Crawford ran off at his mouth and he shouldn't have. Spence, you can't go talk about you going to the negotiation table after you beat Sean Porter, knowing damn well you ain't checked with your Uncle Heyman yet. So they both misspoke. So I'm gonna call them both out. But you know, he said, you're wrong on one, you're wrong about ducking, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They just don't know Samuel. Jerome Benjamin in the building. What's good? What's good with your brother? Crown Fight Champion said if Spence Crawford don't fight Pac-Man, then who can both fighters fight next? Each other would be ample. That would be beautiful to me, Prime Fight Champion. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, if Spence doesn't fight Pacquiao, I don't really want to hear shit for Spence, but Terence Crawford. At least if Terence Crawford don't fight Pacquiao, you know, I wouldn't mind to see him fight Porter. I would definitely want Spence. Priority if neither of these guys fight Pacquiao. I predominantly want both of them to fight each other. That's how I want it to go down. And y'all know, as boxing fans, we don't always get what it is we want. But if you're asking me, if they don't get in the ring with Pacquiao, either one of them, I want to see Spence Crawford. But with Crawford, if he doesn't get in the ring with Pacquiao, I wouldn't mind taking him taking his fucking mandatory in Sean Porter and having that fight and defending his title well for the first time at 147. The same heat that I give Demetrius Andre. When is he going to defend his title well? Crawford ain't really. He defended his title decently once, decently, and that was with Kevin Laskis. That was a good title defense. Okay, but he's not defending his title well, right? So again, man, look, if either of them fight Pac-Man, don't fight Pac-Man. Crawford, I want to see Porter or Spence. Nobody else. Spence, if you don't fight Pac-Man, I want to see Crawford for you, Spence. Nobody else. So at least Crawford got two options of guys that I would like to see him fight if he's not getting Pacquiao, and I would be okay with it. And I would love to see him fight Spence. I would be okay if he fought Porter. With Errol Spence, no, it's one guy, Crawford. Motherfucker, you don't get the Pacquiao fight. You need to be fighting Crawford. And then for all of these damn Spence lovers, these Spence groupies and fucking fanboys talk about Devin Haney, Teofimo need to fight Devin Haney. Because they're idiots too, man. They know the fuckery Bob Arum be on. But then they want to play the other side of the field on that. Because there's a lot of these Spence fans that don't agree with me on the Teofimo Devin Haney situation. Oh, but we agree 100% when it comes to Spence and Crawford. They're just as double standard and two-faced as Bob Arum. These stupid ass fans, bro. They quit to complain and bitch about Bob Arum, but if you can see it that way for Crawford, then why can't you see it that way for Devin Haney? No, that's different because Teofimo only have one belt to get, and he could clear up what ain't really no discrepancy. It's a discrepancy in y'all fucking head. Because Suleiman doing something stupid is good enough for you guys to discredit Teofimo Lopez. But let it have been one of their fighters and Suleiman did something stupid. Nah, I'm still looking at him as a champion. Fuck that. Just because Suleiman came in here and fucked it up. Fuck that. I'm gonna look at the brother as a champion. The brother earned his bout. But it's not the brother in this case. Not a PBC fighter in this case. But they don't give Teofimo that benefit of the doubt. So they just as hypocritical as Bob Arum. These fucking Spence lovers, these PBC groupies, man. They just as fucking double standard as Bob Arum. Because they're accepting the same. Like I said, this is a similar situation. And you can accept it either way, one way or the other. With me, I don't go for that foolishness with Bob Arum. Teofimo Lopez has every right to get the $10 million from George Kambosos Jr. To all these fucking Devin Haney detractors. You know what I mean? They don't even know what the fuck happened. I talked to Bill Haney myself, and Bill Haney said that he chose to go after that Abdulair fight, knowing goddamn well he wasn't going to have any rights to Lomachenko. And I said, well, why would you do that, knowing that Suleiman just get ready to pimp y'all around with that fake ass belt? And he said, I'll tell you, I'll give you 2.5 million reasons why. Now, fast forward, when Teofimo has already done the hard work, already fought Comey and Loma back to back, and he wants to go get $10 million, which is 4 times as much as what Devin Haney took to not have rights to Lomachenko. They want to put all the onus on T. These are the same Errol Spence fans. These motherfuckers are just as double standard and full of shit as Bob Arum, fam. You're gonna defend Devin Haney on that bullshit, but then you're gonna sit here and dump on Crawford. Devin Haney is his fault and Bill Haney's fault that they didn't even get rights to Lomachenko. Y'all want to see him push these narratives about they Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney, and that's why he took the franchise. And y'all fucking stupid as hell and all wrong. And most of these motherfuckers pushing that narrative know they're wrong. Because I dispelled and debunked that with Bill Haney himself. So these guys can sit there and clamor on all they want to clamor on. Fred and fucking Fanon and all of these fucking fools, 78, talking all of this crazy shit about Loma ducking. Fucking look, I'm not on no fucking Loma hype. I already know that. I ain't never been on the Loma hype, but a narrative is a narrative. A bullshit narrative is a narrative. And I already told people the whole time when I was defending Loma back then, I was like, Lomachenko don't have nothing to do with this. You guys are fucking fools. This is a money scandal between Bob Arum and Mauricio Suleiman. And for a lot of you that's been here, y'all know when I was saying that, I put up the line saying that. This is a money scandal between Bob Arum and Suleiman. Now we fast forward to this point in time. And these idiots out here talking about Lomachenko, Doc Devin Haney. Like, this is how fucking blind they are, fam. They so blind to everything that slapped right in their face. Lomachenko was out in fucking the Ukraine somewhere swimming in ice water when Bob Arum and Suleiman was sitting in the office talking about this franchise situation. Lomachenko didn't know a goddamn thing about it. And Lomachenko didn't duck anything because before Suleiman and Bob Arum did their snakery, Suleiman already let fucking Devin Haney and Bill Haney know if you take this Abdullah fight, you have no more ties to Lomachenko. So he threw money at him like a little bitch and he took it like a dog in heat. You know why? Because that's a lot of money. No, I have no problems with him taking the money. It's $2.5 million. Okay, he took the money knowing that Suleiman was getting ready to snatch the Lomachenko opportunity from under him. That's what Bill Haney did. He took the money, people, knowing damn well that Suleiman was going to snatch the Lomachenko opportunity from under him. So you cannot come back now in 2020 saying that Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney by getting the franchise belt. It makes no sense because they gave up their rights to Devin Haney, to Lomachenko when they took that $2.5 million payday, and Bill Haney admitted it to me. So for all of these idiots, Fanon and 78 and BFTB and these morons talking about some uh the Teofimo and Devin Haney situation, they need to understand this. Devin Haney gave up rights to Lomachenko or anything else for $2.5 million. So why the fuck, if y'all sitting there acting like Spence is the man and he can do what he want, well, why the fuck can't Teofimo go defend his title for $10 million? 4 times the money Devin Haney gave up his opportunity for. See, these double standard motherfuckers, they just as double standard as Bob Arum. And just like I tell all of the motherfuckers, y'all pushing that narrative, Fred Barbershop and fucking Fanon and BFTB and 78, man. Look, 78, I don't really got no problem with that dude. But he supposed to be the OG, the king of the founder of the LDDC. I don't give a fuck what your status is there. If you saying that dumb shit like anybody else is saying that dumb shit, come talk to me about it. Because it's all bullshit. 78, Fanon, y'all all pushing that bullshit about this Devin Haney situation. Y'all just as fucking fugazi and double standard as Bob Arum with this bullshit, man. Because y'all accepted on the Spence side, but then when Teofimo's in basically the same situation with Spence, you want to force him on Devin Haney. Well, you fucking idiots, if you're going to force Teofimo on Devin Haney, then you need to force Spence on Crawford. But y'all don't want to do that, do you? Y'all don't want to fucking force Spence on Crawford. But y'all want to sit up here and force Teofimo and Devin Haney. Y'all motherfuckers just as double standard and fucking full of shit as Bob Arum. Fanon and 78, and y'all motherfuckers, stop that shit, bro. These motherfuckers, listen, boxing fans and these promoters alike, y'all full of shit. And I'm gonna call all of you bastards out. Every goddamn one of you. What's up, Pete?
You got me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing, D?
Well, I'm doing great, bro. Back in my element. I'm all drugged up right
I,
now, ready to talk shit.
I could tell. I could tell. I just got on, but I could tell by your cadence. Yesterday you were back on. You're out of a cannon yesterday. Day before that, you're all faded. You're all fucked up. I had to take your keys from you a couple of days ago. How long you been on for?
About an hour. I
The
just
notifications are fucked up, man. They're not going out. They
yeah, I
say
know
no.
they YouTube they always been doing that. That's
Anyway.
why I mean since I did that child
Oh,
African live and shit, I did a
yeah.
live about that topic and they just slammed the fuck out of me. And they've been they've been really attacking this channel ever since, man. Not
About a
sending my
child. About
love.
a child. About a child.
No, 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 no. Remember when I was doing those Power of the Mind lives and I would talk about life topics, current situations and shit like that? Well, I did one on the child trafficking situation around the world. And I guess that's just something that they censored. They're probably gonna
I,
fuck with
yeah,
this live because
I
of
didn't
it.
even know
But
you were doing that. I
oh
tell you
yeah,
something. I think just because of the election and the right until the election this all gets worked out, I think YouTube's got a little bit of a. They've been buffering down YouTube. It's just slowing down altogether. You follow me? But anyway, we'll move on.
yeah,
Fuck it for another day.
yeah.
Uh,
Probably so.
what
But
do you got? What are you screaming about today? What are you yelling about?
Bob Arum. Bob Arum.
Bobby, Bobby.
Bob Arum was on. I was watching. Okay, so I was up last night and I was looking at Fred Barbershop conversations, right? And he was doing a live, and lo and behold, he had an interview with Bob Arum. Well, I don't know how he landed that, but shout out to you. Much respect for landing an interview with Bob Arum, because I would love to get Bobby Boy over here with me. But so Bob Arum just he came on the Fred Barbershop and he
Hmm.
was laying down the situation about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, and why he don't feel like Devin Haney is worth it and all of this. And my thing is this: the way Bob laid it out, his situation with Teofimo and Devin Haney is identical to his situation with Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. The problem is Terence Crawford is the Devin Haney in that situation. So if Bob Arum's logic is that Devin Haney is not deserving of a fight with Teofimo Lopez for the reasons that Bob gave us, then he can't act like Terence Crawford is deserving of a fight with Spence because the circumstances are exactly the same.
Okay,
Right? And
I didn't listen to the
hold
interview.
on, right quick. And for these idiot fucking Errol Spence lovers that sit here and play double standard the same way when it comes to Teofimo. So I'm like, all of those motherfuckers are just like Bob Arum in the situation. Because when it comes to Teofimo, they don't want to push Spence on Crawford. They're not sitting there saying that Spence got to go fight Crawford, but they're sitting here saying that Teofimo got to go fight Devin Haney. But they're complaining about the double standards in Bob Arum and what he's done. So I'm like, it's all a clusterfuck. Those fans are just as full of shit as Bob Arum in this situation.
Okay, so I'm interested in watching that interview because oh, I just am. But before I do, let me ask you
I
though.
know, because Bobby's your boy. Don't worry about it. You ain't gonna like what you hear when you go see that interview because he
You're not.
contradicted the fuck out of himself.
Hey, none of these guys are my boy. But Bob Arum,
It's full of shit.
I understand what his role is, and so does he. And if everybody else would understand it, the structure of boxing, I'm not for or against Arum. It just needs to be one or the other. Either the manager needs to control it all, Heyman needs to control it all, or the promoter needs to control it all, and only one of them. That's all my only point, D. I don't care about Arum or whoever. You know. Anyway, I want to go watch it, but forget trying to I guess the Spence Crawford comparison to the Teo and Haney is a little off. You know what I'm saying?
No,
That's
it's
tough.
not. It's Bob's ideology, is what I'm
Hang on.
talking about here.
Well,
It's Bob's ideology, Pete. If you're gonna, he laid it out. That's why you need to go watch it.
I
He
will go
laid it
watch it,
out.
but before I do, let me ask you a question. With the what are you more interested in, the Teo Haney situation? That sets you off, doesn't it? I mean, you get your ears up for that, right?
No, I don't care about either of them. I actually want to see Devin. Is I just said this with Camboso Jr. I'm not going to cry with Teofimo going after a $10 million paycheck, especially when Haney gave up all his rights for a quarter of that for 2.5 million. He gave up all his rights to fight Logan. So how you going to bitch about Teofimo getting 4 times that money with Camboso Jr.? But I would rather Teofimo before going to 140 clear that shit up, man. If that's
Yeah.
all it is, because he'll beat Devin Haney. So clear it up. Go beat Devin Haney, beat the shit out of him. I'm not against that fight. I'm definitely not against Crawford Spence because I want that fight. My thing is the logic that Bob Arum is giving. That contradicts your same situation with Spence and Crawford. And for those stupid fucking fans, these certain LDBC channel, Fanon and BFTV and fucking Fred and 78, these guys, y'all got to keep the same energy with Spence and Teofimo. Because it's Teofimo that's the fucking man. And it's Devin Haney that's in the Crawford situation. But they don't want to see it the same with that situation. Right? Like everybody's full of shit. And that's because
I'm gonna tell you what
call
Bob
it
does
straight.
wrong. I'm gonna tell you what Bob does wrong.
He opens his mouth.
He can open his mouth. He lies. He lies and he contradicts himself in a way that's easily comparable. You know, you can go back and find clips of him saying something different. The problem is this, D. I don't even know why he gives the interviews. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, if he lays it out dead honest for you, you're going to have somebody else in competition with him. All he needs a checkbook, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's the way he feels, probably. I'm just putting myself in his shoes. I can empathize with Heyman. I can empathize with Arum. I can tell you where they're coming from. He can't just flat out tell you the structure of boxing. He can't just lay it out for you and go, listen, man.
That's fun.
With regard to Haney and Teo, it's not that I don't give a shit about these guys, but I've been in this business for so long. I've seen these guys, a fucking zillion of these. He's scared. He's ducking. This one's scared. We can do it. His press conferences, fights breaking out. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, none of that shit. What do you mean he doesn't deserve a shot?
Right.
Right. It's two fighters. If they signed up to fight tomorrow, you'd fucking promote the fight. But
especially if you could make money off of it, you old bastard.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, but he can't just say that because boxing, a promotion is simply, you're just throwing a party. I mean, it's like a concert promoter, which Heyman used to be, and
right.
A boxing promoter is the same thing as you and I throwing a house party. I mean, we got to get some shit together. We got to charge for people to come in.
Hell no, hell no. Because you know how we got that bullshit card last weekend? No, sir. My house party would be absolute fire.
I know. You know what I'm saying? A guy like you that just said that. If he laid out for you the business of boxing, right, the structure of it, a guy like you and a investor like, I don't know, fill in the blank, someone with a bunch of cash, is immediately Bob Arum's competitor. You see how that worked?
George Soros. Let me go call up.
Well, Heyman. That's how Heyman got here in the first place, dog.
I know.
You know, it's like.
Let me go call up Soros.
That's why he's full of shit when he gives interviews. So I'd rather him not even give interviews. You know. I don't know.
Anyway. Yeah, Douglas Allen in the building. What's good, Douglas? My man Martin Ramos. Martin says, D. Jefferson, I feel they both do things and say things that give the impression that they're ducking each other. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I was saying too, Martin. I agree with that 100%. That's what I was saying, Martin. And back when, before the Porter fight and all of that, my guy, Martin Ramos, Errol Spence, it's on my fucking channel. I got the receipts on my channel. I never pulled the video down. So when my guy said something out of his mouth and it put out the impression that he was ducking, I gave him flame for it. I said, well, you duck. You duck the fight then. So now that it's Crawford doing it, I'm not going to not give him flame for it because the shit he's saying, you ducking, bro. You ducking, okay? But I know for sure that it's much, 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 much less of Crawford and Spence actually ducking. They just said some dumb shit out their mouth. And the main thing is what our Arum and our Heyman are doing. Yeah, eventually, people are going to understand it. It's Arum and Heyman. It's Errol and Heyman that's marinating this fight. You guys can keep blaming Crawford and Spence, whichever one y'all want to take aim at. I only come back with the Terence Crawford is ducking now to even the scales, basically. So for all you Crawford fans that's out there fucking delusional, understand that if you want to take shots, now you take shots at your boy and say he's ducking. But they don't want to hear that. They don't even want to hear that Spence is not ducking at this point. They just want Spence to be a duck. So whatever. The main problem is this old bastard in the middle of these two guys. That's the problem, okay? And then Al Heyman, the ghost of boxing. Those two motherfuckers are a problem in this situation. I don't give a shit what anybody say. And anybody going back and forth about Crawford, most of these motherfuckers are double standard as hell. 78, freaking Barbershop, what's his face, baldhead, Fanon and fucking BFTV. They double standard as hell on this shit. Sending all of them flames and stuff at Teofimo Lopez over Devin Haney. Devin Haney is in the same situation as Terence Crawford. You idiots. All of you.
You know what, D?
D Hodges, what's up, chat? Salute to D Hodges LDBC family. Damn right. And just because I called out 78 Barbershop, uh, what's his name? For non-ball head ass and BFTB, they're not the only channels. I'll give you something that's not LDBC saying this dumb shit, so everybody don't think it's an LDBC thing. He knows his sports. You idiot. Aki TV. You idiot. Ego. You idiot. Dante's Boxing Nation. You idiot. Now, there you go. So y'all don't think that I'm going just at no particular, because I ain't even going at the whole LDBC. Blood boxing, my brother, what's good with you? No problem. See, it ain't about that, bro. It's just these channels that's pushing this bullshit narrative against Teofimo. Y'all being double standard when it comes to Errol Spence. Y'all being double standard. And if y'all don't like it, come up here and click this link and tell me how you not being double standard. That's not to you, D Hodges, but that's to your boys, son. That's to all your boys out there.
The YIBC.
Tell your boys to come click the link, man.
The YIBC, you idiot boxing community.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hey,
man.
Hey, that's a good one. Hey, yeah, you idiot boxing fans.
Yeah, use that.
Let me see. Martin said, as far as Lopez, Devin Haney, just stop the foolishness and make the damn fight. Yeah, right. I'm with that. Well, he said make the fight. I ad-libbed and put damn in there. But yeah, Martin, no doubt.
Do you ever work in a because you're like Virginia and Ohio, you guys got unions up there, labor unions?
Yeah, they got unions. No, I was never part of a union.
Well, no, never part of it, but you've been in a workplace.
Yeah, because I was in construction.
That's what I'm saying, right.
For years. So I worked around union guys and shit.
Right.
They some evil motherfuckers too.
Wait, yeah, but hang on now. But you've talked to the actual guys there. I mean, you don't talk about it every goddamn day. You just understand that you might not even know it, that they're in a union, and you might just be fucking.
Yeah. I mean, they just regular people. They're regular workers. They're cool. They're cool guys.
So we got a factory down here in Florida. No unions down here. And we bridge paint. We do bridge painting around the country, where you might or might not have a union. Anyway, point being is this.
Oh damn! I might need to come do some work with you, Pete. You know that's my profession, industrial and commercial painting.
Yeah, we do like blasting and painting off of bridges. Like bridge enclosures.
Yeah, I have no fear of heights.
Well, anyway, we'll talk. But listen, the thing is this. You know how like a union. Well, sometimes a shop with no union at all, word starts going around, like word starts whispering around, we could unionize, we could organize here. And then they need us, they need us. We're going to demand more money or we're going to go on strike. And some people are with it and some people are not. But if the majority is, they unionize, right?
Right.
If the boss finds out about it, you try to do whatever you can to get these fucking people out of here that are talking like that. But if you can't, it's too late. Then they unionize. Heyman unionized boxing. He started a boxing union, a players union. Arum's the goddamn owner of the fucking show here, the factory owner. And so now they've locked horns at this point. You understand?
Yeah.
They've completely locked horns, and depending on the weight division, like the 147 pounders, let's just talk. Terence Crawford didn't join the union. He stayed with the factory.
Exactly.
The rest of the guys at 147 just happened to have went on strike. And they're doing something else. And they don't want to cross the picket line. And the fucking factory ain't having them back now. So it's fuck you and it's fuck you. And it's like a basketball strike, you know what I mean? The owners will lock you out.
For sure, bro. That's exactly what's going on. It's a coup.
Well, it's a strike. It's a strike. They're demanding all this money, and Arum's going, fuck you. And Heyman's going, I know you got the money.
Yeah.
I know you got the money. I was a promoter. I concert promoted. I dealt with managers that
All right.
I set a concert date, right? I set a concert date. I set this tour, and then I got all these bands to agree. And then the day before the fucking concert, the manager for, I don't know, Metallica, whoever the fuck, not Metallica, but maybe like you know, you know, whoever. Now he's gonna hold out on me. Now he's demanding
Yeah.
more money. Now he's demanding more fucking money now. And I got this show advertised. I got this show put together, and now this guy's fucking with me. So I've been at the mercy of these managers. Now Heyman just decided to be a manager in boxing. He's gonna fuck with the promoter now.
Yeah.
So look, at this point now, just like that NBA strike, they're just telling each other, I know what you make." Heyman's going, "I know what you make. You pay these guys more money." Aaron's going, "I can't, fuck you. I'm not going to lose money." Uh, Heyman's going, "You're not going to lose money. Pay them what they're worth." And Aaron's going, "I'm not going to do it for free." I have no problem with any of that except for one thing:
What?
inflating these guys. This whole like financing thing with
Oh yeah, inflating the value and shit. Yeah,
you see that is the real.
yeah, that's a huge issue, fam. That is a
That's
huge
why I side with
issue.
Aaron on it. You get it? That's because you can't be demanding this number because that was their last paycheck when you paid it to them because you had an inside man with a hedge fund.
Yo, we
You
got to
see,
give the blame to uh Al Hammond and that shit that they doing on that, and
not totally, by the way. Let's keep it
and
real. It's an evolution
and
here.
Eddie
Yeah,
Hearn
yeah,
and
yeah.
Eddie Hearn.
Well,
He's got to get some blame on it too. The whole idea of the inflation because they created this, bro. Al Hammond created this, and Eddie Hearn drove it to another number with that zone foolery, right? He just drove it up, bro. He made the situation worse, and now I agree with you. Bob Arum is sitting there like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? You guys fucking it up." You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
We
See,
had a good thing going here. What the fuck are you guys doing? You know what I mean? So,
Aram is the last of the old school promoters, and
right.
honestly, for us that want to watch these fights, to keep it real. I'm going to jump off here in a minute. So I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm sure everybody's just not wanting to hear this bullshit because they want to hear about like who's ducking who.
No, no, no. It's good. It's good.
But no offense to anybody on any other channel or on this chat. I know boxing's you could die. You can't play boxing, and it's not a sport. It's a no. You got guys. It's a sport, and yeah, you could die, but you could fucking die. You could die. You could die doing a lot of jobs. It's a sport. These guys aren't afraid of each other at all. At all. They'll fight each other. They'll get knocked the fuck out. They don't give a shit. Now, there's no ducking them nothing. If they get paid enough, they'll get ran over. No problem. But here's the thing. It's not it can't be one person that was fault. It's just kind of evolved this way. The problem, Eddie Hearn got a situation with the zone like Arum and Oscar used to have with Showtime and HBO. And the reason HBO and Showtime pulled out of showing boxing is because they don't want to deal with this shit. Like, they're trying to just hire Arum or Oscar to, for this many dates, I'll pay you this much money. It's good money. Promotion, 24/7s and Showtime app, the whole nine. But when these guys start fucking around, when half the boxers are on strike, and then now they're going to start their own organized, they're going to go start PBC, and then the one promoter's on coke. You can't find the guy. Richard Schaefer's, fled the country, and Arum's getting old. Then both of these HBO and Showtime go, you know what? You guys go figure it out and get back to us when you guys get it straightened out. We're out of boxing. That's why. I mean, it doesn't cost them nothing compared to everything else to have boxing. And Eddie Hearn's just lucky that, see, DAZN, it's not really costing them that much money to have box. It's not that big of a. Their platform is way, 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 way bigger than boxing. So right now they're in the situation like HBO and Showtime where, yeah, we're paying a lot of money and we'll do it. You keep fucking around like this, and DAZN will pull out of it too. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the real
At
issue.
least they will here. You are DAZN USA, but they're doing just fine in Japan, and they just launched in the UK. So they will pull out of the market here
I mean,
if any.
I just bought it for boxing. I just got it for boxing. That's all I bought the zone. I mean, that's
Yeah,
all I subscribed for. But when it first came out, and I thought I was looking at it and like, what kind of stupid ass name is this DAZN? Before I give $100 to a company called DAZN, let me look at it. But when I realized what they were, I'm like, well, shit. They got a lot. They got a, you know, I'm sure they pay what they pay to have soccer and baseball, and
yeah.
it's probably a drop in the bucket what boxing's taken from them. You know, even though we
Cricket,
look at
and
Canelo's contract is gigantic. You know,
cricket is a popular sport around the world. They got cricket too.
whatever. Yeah, whatever.
No, no,
I'm
it
just
is.
saying.
No, Pete, it really is, fam.
I know,
Yeah,
but
and they air cricket. They got cricket on there.
like we're talking about like Canelo's contract and like how much is it per month? You know, and like subscriber. You know, they got like when I went to go download that app, they had like over 25 million downloads on the Google Play Store when I just went to go fucking find it.
Right.
So like if you think about it, you know, they got so much stuff going on that right now boxing's bullshit has not annoyed them enough yet to pull out. You see, like with these lawsuits, they got to come answer a lawsuit and sit down at a mediation with and deal with Oscar and Canelo. You know, it's like,
But
you
they
know,
really like they didn't lose too much. Like, they probably gave Canelo like 30 million and sent him packing. I mean, it was probably beneficial. Like I said, with that lawsuit, it was most likely beneficial for them to pull out. It was a good financial, like cutting losses in a recession when these big companies lay off 1,500 people or so. You know what I mean?
I probably bore everybody to death, but the zone was never, ever, ever even a party to that lawsuit. Canelo can't sue DAZN because he was never in contract with them. He is now, but he never was when he filed that lawsuit. So when he first filed it, the reason he attached them is because, in essence, his problem was with Golden Boy. He wanted to be his own promoter. He's too big. He didn't need a promoter. Well, the problem is that Oscar can't pay him any fucking money. They don't have the money to give him $300 million, right? It was ridiculous on its
Right.
face. But the
But
fact is that
he had to sue them too to be released because he was under contract with them through Golden Boy.
that's
It was
between
still
those two.
about it was
No, no,
still
no.
about him
He
fighting.
was with contract with Golden Boy. Period. The Zone
I
had a
know, but
contract with Golden Boy to
it,
deliver
it,
Canelo. If they can't
yeah,
do
but
it,
the 350 million was for Canelo through the zone. So he
well,
had to sue both
that's what he
of
was
them to release
alleging.
from that.
Yeah, that's what he was alleged. Anyway, the point of the matter though is that the Zone actually came out, and instead of just going, we're dismissing. We want to dismiss against us. We want out of this fucking thing. We had nothing to do with Canelo. We got something to do with Oscar. It's between them. Instead of doing that, they actually came out and sat down and worked it out with both of them, and they're going to air the fight again. The point is that right now they're going to do that, but sooner or later they're going to get to where HBO and Showtime got, which is fuck this. You know what I mean? Like you guys got a bunch of shit going on here.
They
But
might.
anyway,
They might.
they might. I mean, sooner or later, if we can't get these fights made, you know. So
Yeah.
I think we're about at the end of it though with Arum and Heyman. You know, I think this thing's about to come to an end because, and it's got nothing to do with Terence and Spence or nothing like that. But you know, they're both pretty much. It's an attrition now at this point. I mean,
Bro, I fell way behind. I be way behind in this damn chat. I ain't even gonna lie. So far behind.
yeah, D, I'm gonna let you get back to it, to the chat, to everybody listening.
No, no,
Sorry
you good,
for.
Pete.
I didn't know
Good.
we are gonna get into that, but I was just making sure you were back in action.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I'm good, bro. Like I said, I'm drugged up enough now. So anyway, Jalen Thompson, what's good, brethren? Jalen in the building. Uh, Tommy Temple, what's up? He said Aaron failed as a promoter, in my opinion. Well, I don't know, man. I can't say he failed because he's probably, or not even probably, he's the most successful promoter in the damn business. So I mean, if you're talking about in a sense for of Terence Crawford, yeah, yeah, I agree with you on that, Tommy. But it just he failed. And Terrence failed himself in a lot of ways too, with being so drawn back and you know having no charisma or personality. He failed himself too, but ultimately, Bob Arum did fail. He did fail him, man. Martin Ramos said, "D. Why Spence said he doesn't know what Bud is doing at the fight. That's how fights get made." No, 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 no. Martin Ramos. See, this one I won't let slide. Boy Crawford, see, this is why you guys got to pay attention to all the guys. Boy Crawford said, this was last year. He was in the interview and he was asked about going to an Errol Spence fight or going to a fight. Bud said he goes to the fights that he want to go to, and that's usually the fights of the guys that he enjoys with his stable. Top rank. He said, yeah, it ain't no point for him going to the fight. Now all of a sudden, he shows up at that fight, and it's supposed to be all these implications on Spence. Like, well, why he show up? If you're asking the question, why Spence said he doesn't know why what Bud was doing at that fight, because Bud came out, Martin Ramos, and said he doesn't go to other guys' fights. When he comes out to fights, he say he go to a lot of fights, but he come out to watch his guys fight. And the guys in his seat, this is what Bud said. So don't ask Spence. Why Spence would say that, because it would be strange if Bud is saying this is what he does or what he doesn't do, and then he shows up my fight. Well, wow, this is a surprise. Why is he here? This ain't top rank. It ain't none of his guys fighting there. There was nobody on Bud's team or I guess people they managed or nothing fighting on that card. Wasn't a top rank event. So why shouldn't Spence be surprised that he was there? Bud didn't call him out. Bud didn't crash your interview. He didn't approach Spence. So the question is, Martin, shouldn't be why Spence said he doesn't know. The question should be, why was Bud there? Why don't you ask Bud that question? Why the hell was you there if you weren't gonna call him out? Why was you there? Why'd you just show up when you said you generally that's not even what you do. You don't go to those fights. Like that's the question for Bud Crawford. I think it's Bob blocking it. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Jalen. And indeed, and not alone though, Jalen. He's not doing it alone. But I'm giving the heat to Bob here because he came out running his mouth on Fred Barbershop and he gave himself up. But which he didn't give anything up to me because I already knew this. I've been screaming this since the beginning of this damn channel. I've been screaming it, right? It's just when Bob comes out and he says things like this and he makes things blatantly obvious, then I just feel it necessary to come on live and speak about it. 'Cause now that's just more receipts for people to go watch the fucking interview. Go listen to this dude and dumb shit he be saying. You the X Games, what's good with you? What's good with you? Danilo. It said, D, why does everybody blame Errol for Crawford promotions? I think Crawford should blame himself. He's not willing to take out financial hit on promoting himself. He wants every penny, not willing to invest. Yeah, I was just saying that too, Danilo, that, some of this blame we got to put on Crawford too. But Bob Errol's a promoter, so he has to get some of the blame too. I don't think he deserves all the blame alone. I agree with you, Danilo. Crawford has to take some of it on himself, bro, because he's the one that's drawing back, that don't want to talk in the press, that feel like he's making a buffoon. Look, man, just because you talk shit or call somebody out or something, that's not being buffoonery. That's not buffoonery. I mean, like Crawford, look, man, Crawford's boring. Not in the ring, but out of the ring, he's boring. People don't, man, you're a fighter, but you gotta there's some type of personality. You don't want to do interviews. Like, come on with that, Crawford. And this nonsense with I ain't taking no pay cut. And I'm 60-40 and forget about Spence. I want Pacquiao. Man, I don't know. I didn't say fight Spence specifically, but now I'm going in on Errol Ron of silence. Man, please. You better go into a Crawford Brown dog. What? I think TC can't make 135. I think he's joking. Nah, yeah, I'm not really that 135 thing. I won't really paying attention to that. I don't see why Crawford would go down to 135. I don't even see why he would go down to 140 because those guys are basically ready to come up and fight him. You know what I mean? So Crawford moves up from here. I wouldn't expect him to move down. Crawford wants Manny, then Spence, then Danny, and Thurman. At least he's got a plan A. Just needs a plan B. Yeah. I mean, everybody wants Manny. Like I said, if he fights Manny Pacquiao before Errol Spence, I got no beef with Crawford. I actually said before, I hope he gets the fight before Spence. Oh, let Spence fuck around with a Porter rematch or you guys or whoever the fuck. Let Spence do. I don't care. I wouldn't mind Crawford getting the fight before Spence. That way we don't have to have these discussions because Crawford gets that belt from Pacquiao. There goes the stock. There goes the draw. That will that because he'll have pay-per-view sales behind him. Then also he will have two belts, just like Spence. Spence unified, Crawford unified. Now we can sit down and have a 50-50 fight and make the shit happen. Period. No more arguments, no more discussion. 50-50 fight. Nobody's the A side. Make the motherfucking fight happen. And that would be perfect. So if Crawford was to get the Pacquiao fight, beautiful. And I definitely wouldn't mind how I wouldn't say it's nothing about ducking. I would give him the same respect that I gave to Errol Spence before the Sean Porter situation. Because my man, IBFP Boxing Nuke and I had a debate before the Sean Porter fight. And it was exactly why I flamed Spence after the Sean Porter fight. Because I was like, Nuke, you're not going to sit here and tell me that Errol Spence is ducking Terence Crawford by going to unify. He's going to unify against Sean Porter. So I don't give a fuck that people want Crawford more. He is going to fight another champion to unify. You can't duck one champion to go fight another champion for unification. It don't work that way. You're still fighting the champion. I said, no, if Spence don't go to the negotiation table after, like he said he would, then we'll have a different discussion. I said, I'll probably flame him myself. And Nuke was like, nah, you won't flame him, Spence. I said, Nuke, I will flame him myself. So after the fight, Spence didn't. He didn't even mention Crawford. So I put the video up and flamed the fuck out of him. Like, bro, you ducked that fight because that's not what you told us. So again, bro, I don't really have any problem with saying what the reality of the situation is. I call Spence a duck for that. But if Crawford is to get the Pacquiao fight, that would be great, man. That would be great. Punch drunk boxing was good, brother. He said fans just ducking the truth and reality about the business of boxing. Fights won't happen until every hand in the cookie jar is satisfied. Prize fight. Yup. Damn right, Punch. Exactly. Well said. Damn right. They want to all get their money, man. Make sure their cut is big enough. Oscar De La Hoya says, what happened to the war? First money after. Bro, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. That's all I can say. The rent, I guess. Okay, maybe he know what you're talking about. Joshua said, Punch drunk, what's up? Laugh lives was lit. Yeah, I missed it, man. A couple of people told me it was lit too, Punch. I missed it. If Crawford became number one pound for pound in many credible opinion in the sport, then technically he don't need Spence. Spence don't need, but I'm over that fight. Yeah, a lot of people are over that fight, fam, and they're getting over. I'm not like I'm over pushing for it, Punch. You know what I mean? I still want to see it. You know what I mean? But I've given up on, you know, expecting it to happen, hoping it happen. I've given up on that. But I still want to see it. And people talk all this crazy shit. I'm still gonna discuss it, but yeah, I'm with you, Punch. I'm done pushing for this fight. Like, man, come on, we need to fight. Like, I don't look, I don't give a fuck anymore, bro. If they do it, they do it. If not, they don't. But it's exhausting just hoping for something that pretty much not gonna happen. SSB, what's good with you, brother? The fool, what's up? The fool, he said, this is exactly why fighters should never discuss their business. That's a true statement, the fool. That's a true statement. You know what I mean? Because fans are gonna take the nonsense and run with it and leave everything out of context. No one's gonna sit here and take the time like me and kind of break things down and what happened here, what they're just gonna say certain shit, the fool. You know what I mean? And whichever fighter it is, whichever side the narrative is coming from, that's the way that they're gonna go with it. You know, if they're a Crawford fan and they're gonna take all of this information we have here and make it sound good for Crawford and terrible for Spence, and vice versa. If they're a Spence fan, it's gonna sound good for Spence and terrible for Crawford. You know what I mean? Or if they're a pro PBC network, then it's still on the Spence side. If they're a pro top rank network, then it's still on the Crawford side. All of that dumb shit, the fool. That's what they do. All of that dumb shit. Pound for pound is only skill set. Yeah, depending on the criteria, but yeah, most I got Crawford, the Spencer's favorite. I just might bet on the first fight, but if it's 2022, I don't. Yeah, I know. I know. If it's in 2022, dog, I'm telling you now, I don't give two farts about that fight because it's to the point then where it just kind of fizzled out. You know what I mean? Martin said, "I don't care. I want to see that fight." Yeah, yeah, I'm with you, Martin. I don't have to push forward and sit here and try to push for it to happen, but I damn sure want to see it. I damn sure want to see that fight. I would like to see it, but it don't happen. I don't. Yeah, 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 yeah. I get that point. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. E. Hodges says, "Punk on salute, bro. What's up? What's up, there, gang?
What's up, my brother? What's happening? What's going on?
Did you get to check out Fred Barbershop's interview with Bob Arum?"
Actually, I might have caught most of just what Bob Arum said, but I didn't watch the whole all of it. I kind of caught most of what Bob Arum said.
Yeah, all right. Bob Arum is out of his goddamn mind. So,
What is what's
do you
going
do
on?
we
Talk to me.
do we agree with that or disagree?
Well, talk to me. What's going on? Give me the details.
Well, you said you heard what he was saying, right? Tell me what you think about what he said.
I heard he mentioned something
I'm talking
about
about
the.
the Devin Haney and Teofimo situation and all of that when Bill Haney pulled up on him and
No,
all of
I
that.
missed it. I didn't catch that. I didn't catch Bill Haney or none of that.
All
I,
right. Look, look, look. So basically, he was pushing, fight Devin Haney, Teofimo, blah 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 blah. And Bob Arum basically let him know that Devin Haney's pretty much third in line, really fourth in line, because it's Gamboso Jr.'s first, probably the head runner for sure. I know that they're trying to get that. That's a $10 million big gig. I don't know if it's gonna go through or not. But then Bob Arum was saying if it's not, uh, he said if it's not the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia, next would be Floyd's boy, Tank Davis, right? And then they would consider Devin Haney because Devin Haney has to do something. So yeah, that's what Bob said.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, I don't really have a problem with what Bob said. Um, if he fight in Australia, he win in Australia, get the bag, come back and fight. Let's say Luke Campbell,
Uh-huh.
because I think they want the Garcia fight, but I think Garcia is in line to fight Haney next. That's his mandatory. So I don't even know if the Garcia is even in line for any of the belts.
But Cambosos Jr. is uh Teofimo's mandatory, and with Devin Haney and Luke Campbell, they're fighting for an interim title for a shot to fight it that Devin Haney. The Mauricio Suleiman, if I'm not mistaken, didn't mandate it. Camboso Jr. is a mandatory for Teofimo Lopez.
Right, but I thought the Garcia and Luke Campbell was going to be the mandatory for Devin Haney,
I
whoever
just told you
wins.
that's for an interim title. Just because you have an interim title doesn't mean you're a mandatory. Remember the Devin Haney situation? He had an interim title, but he wasn't the mandatory. Remember the Dillian White situation? He was number one interim title, but he wasn't wild just mandatory. So just because you're fighting for an interim title, that interim title is supposed to give you the right. That's the problem with all of these goddamn belts in boxing. Because that interim title can be nullified by somebody putting in front of you as a mandatory. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's just they're fighting for the right to fight Devin Haney. But how much right do they have? I don't know. That's with Suleiman. Remember,
Well,
everything is at their discretion.
well, actually, it's going to really go down to the winner of Luke Campbell and Garcia, who they really want to fight. If it would be me, I would go for the three belts. You know, that's what I would do, even though I am in line. But if I was offered, I would go after Teofimo, unless you think Devin Haney is easy work. You know, um, it all depends. But I don't have a problem with what Bob Arum said. I mean, that's hey, you got Teofimo can make a lot of money in that order. You know, as long as nobody moves up to 140, Teofimo, that's a nice. That's actually, bro, how I would like to finish my 135 right there.
Yeah, well, here's the other part of it. So, because it don't stop there. Bob Arum is never consistent. So, his logic on why that was efficient and valid with Devin Haney is totally contradictory to the Crawford situation. Because the situation between Teofimo and Errol Spence is damn near identical. So if you feel like
You
Devin,
mean
hold up,
Crawford?
hold up, let me finish now. So if you
You
feel
mean
like
Crawford? You mean
let
Crawford
me
and
finish
those
that game, you know I don't like the cutting off shit. You just rock, let me rock, let me rock. Terence Crawford is a champion, regardless of how we look at it. Devin Haney is a champion. By Bob Arum's logic, and you don't have a problem with what he said, fine. But by his logic, then he should view Terence Crawford in the situation of Devin Haney, because Terence Crawford has not proven enough, especially to be called no fucking A side or deserve to be 50-50 with Spence. And Bob knows this. He knows this. So if you're going to tell Devin Haney to do more, then you have to have that same requirement for Crawford.
Well, that's all speculative because
No,
in
it's
my
what Bob said, fam. So don't start with this
well,
speculative shit.
no. What I'm talking about as do more. I think Crawford has done what he needed to do at 147 to be the man at 147. I
It's not
think
A side. A side,
I look at
let's
it
stick
like
to the
this.
context to be A side, to be 50-50. Let's stick to
I,
the context to be valuable enough, because this is what Bob was saying. The value, he was talking about the money side of it. So let's stick to the context. Let's not talk about Crawford this 147 and pound for pound and what you feel about him. Let's stick to Bob's conversation. And Bob is being super hypocritical in this conversation because he's talking about the value of the fighter. And when you apply that ideology to his fighter Crawford, he doesn't maintain the same value or close to the value of a Spence. So Crawford has to do more, because this is what he was saying about Devin Haney. It was the value. So he has to do more to increase his value. So why not for Crawford?
well, let me say that. Let me explain to you. What you're getting it kind of misconstrued it is you're not looking at Crawford in its entirety. You comparing Devin Haney at 22 years old, 21, 22 years old.
No, I'm not.
Let me finish. To a
No, but
Terrence
bro, you can't tell me what I'm doing when I just explained it to you, and you're
well,
going right outside of what I just told you. I
I
just
never went,
explained it. You went right back outside of that. I'm
but I
not
never
doing that.
finished.
I know
I
you
never
didn't finish,
finished.
but I didn't make no comparisons. Dog, why should I let you finish
Well,
saying
what
some
you
shit that I'm doing and I'm not doing? I'm talking
okay?
about Arum, and you just went to Terence Crawford and Devin Haney. You're comparing them. I'm comparing Arum and his ideology on the situation, fam. It's not about what Crawford's done in his career versus what Haney. It's about Arum saying the value of the fighter does not justify the fight. This is what you got to stick to. I don't want to start hearing this shit about what Terrence did this much more. He's proving himself at 140. No, Arum understands the value in this boxing world, the business side of it. So if you understand that this fighter, Devin Haney, is not valuable enough to demand to make the demand, then you understand that Crawford don't have enough value in himself at 147 to make the demand, especially no fucking 60-40 over Spence. But he's not keeping the same energy, and neither of these Crawford fans. They ain't keeping the same fucking energy with Spence neither. Because they're quick to say Devin Haney, Teofimo need to go fight Devin Haney, even though Devin Haney can't sell fucking ice water in hell. But with Crawford, it's a different thing, even though he can't sell ice water in hell. Now, Bob Arum has said specifically why he's holding off from this shit is because they can't sell ice water in hell. So let's talk about Arum's ideology on this. See, let's not go on our personal feelings. Talk about, well, you can't compare Devin Haney and the no, because that don't have shit to do with what Bob is saying, and I wasn't making that comparison. That's why I stopped you, fam. Like, I don't want to go on outside on that bullshit because it's about Bob Arum. It ain't about what you and me think about Devin Haney and Crawford.
Okay, since you didn't let me cook, I'm gonna try and walk with you, right?
I'm going on mute. Let me hear this.
No, so what we're trying to do is understand Bob's Arum mentality or his mindset, right? So Bob Arum have never gave Devin Haney any clout, any shine, anything. Um, so I mean that's expected of Bob Arum, no matter what type of accolades Devin Haney has or not. But you comparing the situation, and I can't really make my statement come across because you don't want to hear exactly the way I'm trying to put it.
Oh,
And
you
but
got the floor. I said I'm going on mute. So say what you got to say.
okay, Terence Crawford has done more and has accomplished more than probably pretty much any boxer that's boxing today. Maybe other than actually, he's accomplished more than any boxer that's boxing today, except maybe Manny Pacquiao. If Manny Pacquiao have never become undisputed, then I would also give him that over Manny Pacquiao. So yeah, you cannot justify any other fighter, compare any other fighter to Terence Crawford when you're talking, especially a Devin Haney, and try and make the situation where you comparing Bob Arum's mindset of the 50-50 fight and how valuable a fighter is. You know, we, we even though that we are Earl Spence fans, we cannot discredit probably arguably the reason why he's pound for pound number one in the professionals' eyes because he's the number one fighter in the world. So when it comes to 50-50, you're going against, yeah, you do have, Earl do have two belts. I understand that. But what this man have done, even before he got to 147 and carried on to 147 and proved himself with a 100% KO rating at 147, coming from being undisputed and all the other accolades, fighter of the year and everything else. So yeah, I can understand why Crawford in his mind think it's 60-40 his way. I really can. But I think for the fans, it's a 50-50 fight. If you really want to think about it, if you really want to break it down and think about it,
Oh my
it's a
God,
50.
bro. Okay, that game. It's not a fucking 50-50 fight. Fuck the sentimental about why Crawford think about it. The business don't say it. Y'all motherfuckers keep saying this shit is really a 50-50 fight if we think about it. It's not for us to think about it. It's about how you draw, dude. What your draw, what your stock is. It's not about your personal fucking opinions. And it's not me making this up. It's not me trying to figure out Bob's psychology. I'm just telling you, repeating what Bob has said himself. He said, he explained his way of thinking that game. I'm not fucking Dr. Phil. Bob was explaining why he was saying that Devin Haney is third. I'm not trying to figure out his side. I'm just regurgitating his message there, gang. But when it comes to this Crawford and all of this, that's why you went into it, and I let you go into it. But what you are failing to understand is all of that shit that you're talking about don't equate to stock in this business. And the reason he's behind, as far as A side, because he doesn't have that stock. You know, the sentimental value on how hard it was for Crawford and all of this bullshit he did at 140. It don't matter when it comes to your stock, fam. Pound for pound, you don't get any stock for pound this day game. I don't know what sport of boxing you watching. You don't get stock for that. It's the accolades that you've accomplished, the titles, the people you beat. You know what I mean? That and the guys that you had in the ring, how many pay-per-view sales you had. That's what gives you stock in this. Not where you're placed on the pound for pound. You fucking think that Naoya Inoue stock is higher than fucking Gervonta Davis? And that motherfucker's on the pound for pound, and Gervonta Davis is not. So that pound for pound list, because it's so subjective and everybody has their own opinion, I don't know why you think that equates to stock in this game. It don't have nothing to do with 60-40, fam. Not a motherfucking thing to do with it, the pound for pound list. And you just put that in on why we should think about it, and it's 50-50. Boxing don't work like that, okay? There's nothing to think about. You can be sentimental about those things, but that shit doesn't play at the negotiation table. Don't nobody care what a pound for pound list say, because basically it's gonna be like, okay, well, that pound for pound list has them here, but look where this one has them. And this one don't even have them in the top 10. So what the fuck value does pound for pound list, and whose are you talking about? Because every pound for pound list across the board don't have them at number one. You know how many people have Canelo at number one? That's why it holds no value at the negotiation table. None. So it ain't no fucking 50-50 fight, fam. It is a 60-40 fight, clearly Spence way. He has more stock, he has more belts, and he's fought the higher level of competition. That's how the more popular guys as well. He fought a guy, Mikey Garcia, that brought value to their fight. They did over 300,000. They reported already 300 plus on this last one. Every one of his pay-per-views are more than double of Crawford's, fam. That's what you gotta understand. The Mikey with Danny Garcia is more than double of Crawford's. That's what gives you the stop. So it's not a 50-50 fight. And Crawford can't be demanding 60-40. Like, it's no disconnect with me. It's a disconnect with you Crawford fans. They think Bob just contradicted himself. Period. Because he don't listen. Why do y'all think Bob Arum is trying to delay this fight? He's trying to buy himself time, fam. You think Bob wants this Pacquiao fight as much as Crawford does? Guaranteed, because he makes money off of it. He makes guaranteed money putting Pacquiao in the ring with Terence Crawford. Still some cash. Bob Arum does. Okay? Makes ample amount of money. Can you get me a ginger ale? You can just take it all with you. And the packet. Which one are you going? Which store are you going? That one? Yeah, the big one. It's in the cooler. They got one. All right. So yeah, man. Yeah. But go ahead, that game. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
No, man. I mean, it's not like I'm not really disagreeing with you.
Oh,
You
whatever you
know,
think. Yeah, I'm just
but
saying, bro. It's just not the
I'm not.
60-40 shit. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not really disagreeing with you. You know, there's different ways to look at it, bro. And that's what makes it things. That's what makes it good. Boxing is pretty much the pound for pound list. You know, it's all speculation. It's all who you like. You can't change someone's opinion. If they have a fighter that they like, they're gonna back that fighter. It's damn near tribal. We know the fight that we all want to see. We know the fight we all want to see. They even put it up on Vegas have Crawford as the favorite. Uh, I mean, we all know who we want to see, man. Crawford has come out of his shell. He's coming up to the fights. He's being vocal on social media now. I mean, I'm thinking this is going to be a mega fight. And also, this fight is so big. I do think you need the Fox and the ESPN push tag teaming. ESPN has been doing a lot of good advertisement for Crawford Spence. They have Spence all in their mouth. I mean, ESPN, and now PBC is starting to have Crawford's name in their mouth. So I think we're talking. I think they're building the fight. The fight's going to happen. You have Keith Thurman in the mix. You
All right,
have
hold on for a second there, gang. Hold on for a second, because you do realize you changing my topic right now.
no, I'm not. I didn't even
I
take the
mean,
topic.
you kind of are. You kind of straying off. You taking the plan off course a little bit. I'm gonna let you rock, but I'm just saying it just feels like you veering off. Because this topic, I want to be clear about it, is giving Bob Arum full heat for the bullshit, double standard. Okay, and the fans that agree with this bullshit, they're double standard. I want to keep it at that. Now I want to let you finish your statement and shit, because I really don't give a shit about the fight. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It just sounds like to me we talking to you going into how this fight happens and how great it'll be for boxing. I don't know. Go ahead, do your thing.
Well, yeah, this would be the biggest fight. I mean, you have Manny Pacquiao, you have Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, and Terence Crawford. I put Keith Thurman in there. I put Keith Thurman in there uh, because Keith Thurman, for a few reasons, Keith Thurman lost one of his belts not due to a fight. That's one of the belts Earl had. He lost to a great fighter, which it was close. I just don't think I don't know what happened with Keith Thurman in that fight. You have Bud Crawford, who beat the guy who everybody's chasing right now. You know, so uh, this fight has to happen. It's not if the fight's gonna happen. It has to happen. It's the biggest fight in boxing right now, and it definitely will be by the time the fight happens. But back to Bob Arum, I kind of disagree with you. And I'm kind of on par with Bob. Look, 40-40, winner get 20.
Look,
Let's do
look,
it
look.
like that.
That game. We're not starting that conversation again, bro. Because that's not boxing. Okay, this
No,
is a
no.
dead game. No. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Because you're going outside of my topic, fam. And I don't want to go there. I don't want to talk about your idea about the 40-40 winner gets 20, because that's never been mentioned by nobody but you. Not Crawford.
Bob
Look,
Arum mentioned it, bro.
Crawford said he won 60-40. Okay. Well, let's stick
No,
to the
Bob
script.
Arum.
Okay,
No,
dead
no.
game. I'm not gonna argue with you about what I want to talk about on my fucking channel, fam. I want to stick to the script of if do you can agree with Bob Arum that you saying you agree with Bob Arum that Crawford is worth it, right? This is what you're saying.
Right,
Huh?
right.
You agree with him.
I,
Hey,
Go
D, you
ahead.
got a super chat. That's a pretty good super chat. You should read it.
Yeah. All right, let me check this out right quick. Damn, I missed a lot of comments. Sorry, guys, man. This how when I start going on these topics, I do. Oh, my brother Willie Williams, appreciate that, Jose. Willie said the problem with Spencer Crawford fans is this: with Crawford, we knew Bob was the whole card. Yeah, right. But we thought Spence was his own boss. Exactly. It's coming out more that Al has a lot to do with Spence fights than we thought. It's Bob and Al holding it. Exactly, Willie. This is what I'm trying to get these fucking fans to understand. But they don't want to hear that, fam. They do not want to hear that. And Willie Williams, I promise you, bro. Unbiased, King Unbiased, if he was around, he would tell you. Willie, I was saying this damn near 2 years ago. This right here. And 2 years later, we still got guys, no disrespect to you, Dead Game, because you're not the only one saying this shit, but we still got guys like Dead Game that don't understand this is the situation. These motherfuckers, Bob Arum and Al Heyman, I don't care which one you like. Y'all guys need to understand. Jose, you too. You're a part of this too. Because you one of these that want to go Spence is ducking or Crawford is ducking. Y'all don't want to understand the real
I
issue.
haven't even said anything.
I know, but you ain't never said nothing. Spence was ducking to me, bro. You ain't never said nothing. You
What
ain't
the
never
hell?
said nothing else, but Spence was ducking to me, so you gotta be one of them. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing, bro. What Willie is saying is right. And Jose, you've been around me since the fucking first day I started this channel. So you know I've been going in on Bob Arum about this shit. You another one that know I've been giving Bob the heat on this shit the whole fucking time. And not just Bob, though. Jose, you know with me, I was never one of those PVC lovers. But I was always saying that it's these guys doing it. Like Spence and Crawford, I think they really want to fight each other. But here's the reality of it. Spence is looking at himself. Now, here's where I can agree with you, Big Gang. I think Crawford might feel like he's worth that. I think he may really feel like he's worth that. So I can agree with you there. But where we getting going the wrong way is that he's not fucking worth that. He's not. He's not worth. If you're the A side, you don't make a negotiation talking about some goddamn 60, 40, 40, and then 20 to the winner. No. When you're the B side, as Terence Crawford is, rightfully so, you take the deal that's offered to you. There's no negotiation on the fucking deal. That's the thing with the B side and the A side. So with
All right.
Crawford hollering he's 60-40, I don't give a fuck if he feels that or not. Man, that's not what the business of boxing shows us. You can say all of
Okay.
this other shit about fucking alpha pound this, but when you are a draw, when you do pay-per-views, that adds to your stock. When you have more than one fucking title, that adds to your stock. Crawford doesn't have the things that add to his stock. Forget about our personal feelings. Facts over feelings. Fuck your feelings. It's not about our personal feelings. It's about what the business says. You
All
know?
right.
All right, man.
Hey, let me go next. I'll be quick.
Go ahead, quick.
Go ahead, Jose.
All right. First of all, I want to start off by saying this. We've been going on almost what, like 3 years on this fight. So me personally, I don't care about this fight anymore. I say what I said. I believe what I believe. And other than that, this fight, I already made my peace with it. This fight is never gonna happen. You guys could sit here and argue and fight whose fault it is, whose fault is not. At the end of the day, all of us, our fans, are losing out on a great fight. And to me, I don't really care no more. Like I moved on. I like boxing. I don't. My fanhood is not like all these other fans and all these other channels that just focus on one fight or one fighter. All they talk about is the same two, three fighters. Wilder, EJ, Wilder, EJ. To me, I don't care. Wilder and AJ never happened. That was a big fight. Who cares? This fight will never happen. I don't care. Now, one thing that I don't agree with you, D, is where you said that but Crawford is demanding 60-40. First of all, Bob Arum said the other day on the interview that it's not up to Crawford to demand 60-40. That
I know
Crawford
that.
gets paid. Hold on, D, let me finish. D. Bob Arum said that Crawford gets paid what he gets paid, and he talked to Crawford, and Crawford's going to be happy getting paid whatever it is that he's going to get paid. So it's not up to Crawford to what's it called to say if it's going to be 60-40 or 50-50, right? If Bob tells him he's going to take 20% of the pay cut, Crawford's going to take that because Bob Arum, they have a contract, and Crawford is going to make what he's going to make minimum plus whatever back end money is that. That's one point that you guys are kind of arguing wrong. Crawford has nothing to do with the split. And Willie Williams' comment was right. It's not up to Spence either. Now, another thing is it's Bob Arum knows he's been in the business for over 50 years. So we're over here talking about business. If anybody knows and is certified to talk about the boxing, the business of boxing, that's Bob Arum. Bob Arum has made the biggest fight in boxing history. So if anybody knows what the deal is Bob Arum. Bob Arum knows that Spence ain't no big superstar. I don't care what you guys say. Spence did 200,000 with Danny Garcia. I put the link up and I put the receipts up in the chat. He did not do no
No, okay,
300.
that's not definite numbers. You got people reporting over
Hey,
300.
whatever. If you don't want to believe Mike Coppinger and all the other dudes
How the
that
fuck is
that
Mike
work
Coppinger been?
that
Okay,
work.
go ahead,
Hey, AD,
go
if you
ahead,
don't
go
want to
ahead.
believe the dudes that work that do this as a living, that's up to you. Spence, Bob Arum knows this. Bob Arum knows that in order for Spence to do a million or have a successful pay per view, he needs Crawford. Just like he knew that in order for Wilder to have a big pay per view, he needed Fury. That's why Wilder gave Fury 50-50. Fury didn't have no stock. Fury didn't have no fans. Wasn't no champion. But you know why Wilder gave Fury 50-50? Because Wilder knew the only way for him to get paid big and make big money was with Tyson Fury and Bob Arum being the businessman, and they have people that analyze this stuff. They're not just going off some YouTubers saying, "Oh, Spence did 500,000 pay per views." No, they have dudes that analyze the market and buy pay per view buys. They do that for a living. They know that Spence hasn't been doing shit his last pay per views, so they know in order for them to do a huge pay per view, he needs Terence Crawford. And like I said, that's up to Bob Arum and Al to figure it out, not Crawford. Crawford's gonna take the fight, whatever percentage they give him. And he just made more money than Spence his last fight, fighting on free ESPN. That's all I got.
Okay. No,
What's
hold
your
on, hold
name?
on, Jose, hold on. No, no, no. Because I have faith. Jose, first off, I heard a lot of the stuff you were saying, but I wasn't even really referencing to a lot of that shit. I wasn't even referencing to it. That's why I was about to cut you off, but I just let you continue talking because I don't know where like a lot of that shit came from. What you talking about with the Errol Spence? And as far as the 200,000, I'm not wrong. That was from an article, just like you read an article. I read an article that said 300 plus. You read an article from Coppinger, who's been discredited a few times here just recently, that said 200 and so. Okay, these are different articles. But what I said earlier, Jose, if you wasn't listening, it was reported at 300 plus. That wasn't what I was saying. So you just read an article where it was reported 200 plus. How the fuck do either of us know which article is right, Jose? So I mean, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Whether it was 200 plus, which you read, Jose, or whether it was 300 plus, here's the facts. It was more than Terence Crawford's pay per view, and
It's not a successful pay per view
hold
though.
on, Jose, my turn. And that's where the stop comes from. Okay, and that's for sure. And whatever you talking about, Terrence getting more money off of Errol Spence on this fight, that was the base. But Terrence Crawford wasn't getting pay per view shares, so in the end, he won't make more money. Yes, his base might have been more. See, you always talk about like a partial of this shit, bro. I follow all of this shit, and I read articles like you, Jose. And Mike Coppinger is not the fucking end all and be all when it comes to these reports. Please don't try to act like Mike Coppinger is the end all be all. But there's reports that say
That
300.
was boxing news. That wasn't Matt Coppinger.
Oh, you said Mike Coppinger, motherfucker. It
Oh
doesn't
my
matter.
bad. But
Yeah,
what I put
you
in the
want to
chat
say
was
Mike
boxing news.
Coppinger, dog. But anyway, even still, I read an article. You read an article. We don't know either one of them is right. One thing we do know, both
Right.
articles we read was more than Crawford's reported pay-per-view sales. That's all I'm saying, Jose. It was more.
Yeah.
And so that's what gives you the stock in this business. If you're selling more pay-per-view sales, then you're considered a bigger draw. It's just
But
that
for you,
simple.
but that's not the important thing I said though. The I think the important point that I made was that Crawford has nothing to say about this split. It's Bob Arum.
Yeah, but I had said that earlier too, Jose. So I don't know like how long you've been on because I alluded to that when I was like people.
Okay, my bad. I mean, I wasn't really going at you though. I was just
Yeah.
making the point.
See, this is my thing with that, Jose. I'm like Spence fans and fucking Crawford fans. Uh, they get it twisted. They get it twisted. I was more on Willie Williams and what he was saying earlier. Anyway, I was like,
Yeah, that's why I said I agree with Willie
yeah.
Williams.
So
That's
if
for
y'all
sure.
want to say it's Spence, and you remember Jose when Spence did that shit before with the fight hype video, I came out and I said Spence ducking. But then now that it's Crawford, if y'all want to go on what these fighters say, then I'm gonna give him the whole heat. But the whole time I knew it was Bob and Al. I've been saying it was Bob and Al. But I'm not like if Spence fans is gonna say this, I'm gonna say y'all shut up, cut that out. This is how it goes. And if Crawford fans are gonna say this, I'm gonna say y'all shut up, cut that out. This is how it goes. That's what I do here to debunk these narratives. So it's not about if I believe if it was Spence or Crawford. I've been telling motherfuckers the whole time these guys not scared of each other. You're not scared to punch each other in the goddamn face. Jose,
I
you
don't
know,
know
I've been
about
saying
that,
this shit
G.
for over a year. And
don't
I've
know
been
about
blaming
that.
Al Heyman.
How could you be
Crawford.
questioning
I don't
world
know.
champions if they're afraid of each other? That's
I
ridiculous.
don't
This
know.
shit is
No,
stupid,
I don't
man.
know though. I don't know
come
though. I
on.
don't know though.
Hold
But
Hold
on,
let
on,
me
wait,
Dig,
just
hold
say
hold
on.
this.
on, Dig. Hold on right quick.
Yeah.
I hear
I
you trying to
know.
get in.
I know. I
Let's
know.
let Obi get in. Because,
Just to kind of
go ahead.
piggyback off of a few of the ideas discussed earlier. Like business and boxing is marketing. So when we have Bob Arum saying what he's saying, it's a position that he's taking to get his end goal. We all know their end goals: make money. And when you reference like Mayweather and Pacquiao, look at how long that fight took based off of the marketing. They could have made that fight. Those guys were not afraid of each other. They had things to lose, but they knew that money was always going to be there.
Right.
So talk about splits, talk about whether it's testing or, A side, B side, whatever the case, it's all a part of marketing. It makes us care. I think, who was it? I think Jose earlier said he doesn't care whether Crawford and
Yeah,
Spence fight. It's
I
like,
really don't, bro. I'm
I
over it.
believe you. I believe you. But I would say maybe half of us, if not the majority of us, felt that way about Mayweather and Pacquiao at one point during that 5 years of, are they going to fight? Will they not fight? We cared and we stopped caring. It happened. But when the fight took place, we paid attention. Whether I could say we were as
Not really.
invested, come on, come on. That's the
Look at
biggest
the
fight of
fight, bro.
all
That fight
time.
was trash. Were
But
you disappointed with
I
that
said you
fight?
paid attention. I didn't say whether you were
Yeah, hold
entertained,
on.
got your money's worth.
Yeah,
I mean, we
It's
paid
just we
attention
all
to
paid
Tyson
attention.
versus Roy Jones, so we're always gonna pay attention,
But
but it's
you
not
can't
gonna
compare
be
those
that.
two. You can't. I just said that was the biggest fight of all time,
yeah.
and you didn't say no. Like you agree with me that was the biggest fight ever made. Biggest, not best, right? Like that. Those two distinctions continue to exist without each other. It's the biggest without being one of the best. It was a forgettable fight for the most part. But my point remains the same. This is just boxing. It's marketing. Whether Crawford is talking a lot, Spence is talking a lot, like they have fans. If they don't speak, like Crawford being in his shell, someone mentioned that a little bit earlier. If guys don't market themselves, why are we contributing to pay-per-view buys? Granted, we want to see great fighters. We don't necessarily care about their personalities, but this is 2020. We can't act like pugilists are the only people that contribute to the monetary gains of fighters and promoters and the entire industry.
Right. Right. Now go ahead, Dig
And
Gang.
one thing too though about that.
Hold on, Jose. Let Dig Gang get in, and then you have to Dig Gang because he didn't agree with something. Go ahead, Dig Gang.
Oh, go
Get your
ahead, bro.
thing up.
Nah. Actually, it's cool because I can actually speak with Jose. If I can remember exactly what I was thinking. So you said six. We was talking about 60-40, right?
No. What I will try
No,
to
no, I was.
refresh your memory because we said that.
No, no, I
We
remember. I remember. I
hold
remember.
on, right quick. Me and Obi said that these guys ain't afraid to punch each other in their face, and you was like, "No, I don't know about that." So I want you to speak on that. How you figure they're scared to fight
Oh,
each other?
I remember that. I can remember that too. But let me go back to Jose real quick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, bounce on
Um,
away from that one.
okay, so Jose, whenever we talking about 60-40, and you kind of confirmed something in my head. You mentioned that the fighter, which is Terence Crawford, he doesn't have that choice, that decision to make with that. So you can look at 60-40 in two different ways, and maybe more, but definitely two. We can talk about money, or we can talk about winning the fight. And we could probably say Crawford was talking about winning the fight, not the money. So
Maybe.
when Crawford
Good point.
when Crawford says 60-40, if he knows that he don't control the money, if he get his check, no matter if it's 60, if it's 90-10, if he get his check, he get his check. But he's talking about 60-40 as he's the dominant fighter, that much percentage over Errol. Now, piggybacking into what you was talking about, D. Jeff, that is why um, Crawford went to the fight. Crawford went to the fight to let Earl know, say my name. All you have to do is say my name. I'm here.
Oh fuck.
That's
I'm
the
here.
marketing.
Let me just say something. I'm
Yeah, go
here.
ahead, man. Go ahead.
Look, no, I'm in Dallas. I'm here. I'm sitting up front row. Say my name. But instead, he started talking about horses and chickens and chilling and eating. But the man that everybody talking about is in your town, right here. He come see you. What's up?
Didn't
Yeah,
Crawford just
now,
have a fight? I didn't
yeah.
hear Spence.
Hold on for a second. No, hold on, Jose. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let me put y'all on mute because I'm trying to talk, and that shit is fucking annoying. So here it is, their game with that dumb shit. Now, what we have seen in boxing historically also is that the man that comes to the fight, he climbs in the goddamn ring or he crashes the fucking interview. This is historical in boxing. Y'all motherfucking Crawford fans are out of it right now. But
Nah,
what we
fam, you
see
wrong.
is no, don't
You
fucking cut me
wrong,
off,
fam.
dog. Don't cut me off again. Don't do it. But you know fucking well I'm not wrong. What we generally see in boxing is that that man that come to the ring, they jump in the ring after the guy has won and say, boom, 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 boom. Crawford, while you sitting here with this bullshit with Crawford and I will fucking find this interview and email it to you. God damn it, because Crawford said this out his own fucking mouth that game. That he don't even fucking go to these other guys' fights. If it's not one of his guys fighting or it's not a top ranked event, he not worried about it. Now all of a sudden he showed up at Spence fights and Spence is supposed to be doing all of this, and this. Spence said also, since you want to just take things out of context, because that's what y'all Crawford fans always do. Spence said this clearly. I don't even know why he was there. People say, "Oh, you know why he was there." No, he don't know why he was there because Crawford said he doesn't do that kind of thing. He has no purpose for going to those kind of fights.
Now you know
Now
why he was
Crawford,
there.
hold up, I'm still talking. Now Crawford fucking shows up and y'all make all of these scenarios of what Spence has to do. Spence told y'all, I don't even know what the fuck he was doing there. And then with the interview that you're talking about, which again, the whole interview is right on fucking Fight Hype. The whole interview, not just the one part you want to pull out. He answered the same way about Crawford, Porter, uh, he asked him about Crawford, he asked him about the Porter rematch, he asked him about Pacquiao and even Canelo. And when the dude got to the Canelo fight, which was the fourth time he asked us the same thing, he said, "Look, man, just like I told you about all of these guys, I'm not worried about that. I came out for a crazy accident. I'd have been out of the ring for a year. I spent this. The only thing I'm worried about is my family, going back, eating some good food and riding my horses." But see, you Crawford fans try to make it like it was specifically about Crawford. He answered the same way about Pacquiao, about the rematch with Porter, about Canelo, the same exact thing. He said, "I'm not worried about my next fight. Stop asking me about that, basically." But y'all made it all about Crawford. Get the
You
fuck
know
out of here
why?
with these
You know
narratives. That
why?
shit's
You
not
know
gonna
why?
work over here. It
You
ain't
know
gonna
why?
work
You know why he answered it the same way? Let me tell you
because
why.
that's what his true
No,
intentions was,
no,
not what y'all
that
making it
wasn't
out
his
to be.
true
That's
intention.
why. That's
Cause
why.
you know why he answered it like that? He's smart. He knew he can't. Crawford then took his nuts. He knew that he couldn't be like Ducky Crawford and didn't want to step up and fight somebody else. So that's why they was trying to catch him. They was trying to catch him. That it was all mind games, and he was smart enough to stay focused and not say something stupid like, "Yeah, I want to fight Manny Pacquiao or this." Now you got this man in your house, man. If you would have said Crawford's name, Crawford would have ran up there. Like, what's up? We all know it. Crawford didn't just leave the stadium. He was taking pictures. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he did mention everybody. Did mention it. Yeah, he did say, "Nah, I'm not." Yeah, because his nuts was going already, bro.
No, it's
We
not.
all
Okay,
we
gang,
all
look,
saw it.
come on.
We
See,
all
that's pure
saw it. D
speculation.
Jeff, D
That's pure
Jeff, we saw it,
speculation,
D
man.
Jeff. We saw it, D Jeff. Dog, everybody leading up to this fight was talking about Crawford, man.
Look,
Vegas didn't put out.
dead
Come
game,
on, man.
dead
And
game.
the
Hold
man
on
in
for a
your
second.
house.
Dead game. Hold on for a second, bro. Let me just go back to this. So you just ignoring all of this. I just explained this. You are one of those fans, bro. You're one of these fans that I'm talking about. Y'all don't fucking get it. You are so dead set on saying that it's one of these two guys, right? You're so dead set on saying, I don't care what side it comes from. My fellow Spence idiots or the Crawford idiots. I don't care what side it comes from. You guys are so bent pressed on blaming one of these guys. And you're forgetting this whole statement right here. Because this is the truth, that game. Regardless of what you think you're trying to convince me of, I was saying this statement here over a year and almost 2 years ago, man. While all of y'all was still saying this dumb shit about which one of them is ducking and all of this. I was saying this right here. When Spence and Crawford ran up on each other and yeah, you like that hard belly, let's bet $1 million. I was saying this right here, that game. And now in 2020, y'all still saying this dumb shit, Spence ducking, Crawford ducking, Spence ducking, this Spence is Crawford. And I'm still saying what Willie Williams is saying right here. It's fucking Bob Arum and Al Heyman. So you sit there, hold on, no, because you just say his balls, he grew his balls and all of this. So you can keep having that. Okay, don't make me do it. You keep having this goddamn illusion that these guys, because me and Obi just tried to explain this to you, they're not afraid to fight each other, fam. Period. This is an Al Heyman and Arum thing. See, y'all keep arguing about that dumb shit. This is why I'm going to come right back to. Hold on. I ain't finished, not even close.
I need to ask Jose something.
All right, well, go on mute, because when I hear you, it sounds like you're getting ready to cut me off. So I'm going to say something about it. So just put yourself on mute or something.
I'm gonna put myself on mute, but I gotta ask Jose something before he goes.
Okay, yeah, but you're gonna have to wait to say something, because I'm getting all of this off, goddammit. Because I want to drive it back into the fucking topic. Because my topic of this live ain't really about what the fuck Terence Crawford and this Errol Spence and who's ducking and all of that. No, this is about Bob Arum and his bullshit, and the fact that the fans that support Terence Crawford and what Bob Arum is saying about Terence Crawford. Bob Arum's ideology is the exact same about Devin Haney. Y'all gotta understand this. So if he feels that way about Devin Haney, then he should understand where Crawford is. And y'all fans just want to blame Spence. But y'all looking past Bob Arum. You're not even willing to entertain what Bob Arum is doing, big game. You just keep hollering about Spence. You're not trying to even entertain what Bob is doing. His part is in this. You don't want to hear it. You are none of the other Crawford fans that just want to blame Spence. And the same thing with the Spence fans that want to blame Crawford. They don't want to hear what Al Heyman's part is in this. They don't want to believe it. Nah, Al this, Al that. They don't want to hear Al got nothing to do with it. I don't want to hear Arum got nothing to do with it. You too willing to blame Spence. They too willing to blame Crawford. And y'all missing the ball, fam. That's why I tell you, you don't have to explain shit to me. You got to open your eyes up and understand the business of it. Being on a pound for pound list don't give you no fucking stock in this business. And if you're saying things like that, then you must not understand the business of it. You got to understand the suits are the guys that want to get their 10%. And the more money they can get out of this fight, the higher that goddamn 10% is. So it's Al Heyman and Bob Arum that has the highest interest in delaying this fight. Not Spence and Crawford that literally want to fight each other, fam. What's wrong with y'all people? Go ahead, Dead Game. Go ahead.
Hey, Jose, you there?
Jose Yepes. He might be on the road, bro. He a truck driver.
All right. Well, let me ask this question to the other guy on the panel. What's his name?
Obi.
Obi?
Yeah.
Obi, look, I got a question for you. You there? Well, D, I might ask you then, D. Look. Okay.
I'm scared. I'm scared to ask me.
No, I'm gonna ask you. The A, we talking about you saying that Errol is the A side. Okay. Let's just say that for all shits and giggles. Let's say Errol is the A side. He got 2 belts.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So who's in the contract? The A side or the B side?
That would be the A side makes the offer.
So
Bob Arum.
So we cannot say that Bob Arum is holding it up. Let's see a contract. Let's get something. Let's see an offer. Let's see something come from the A side.
Look,
the way you say it's supposed to be done.
Before now you're asking me the question, but before we go too far with this, if you know, right? If you know, as the people talking about that they're supposed to send the contract, if you know that they're going to offer 60-40, right? If you know that they're going to want to be the A side in this, if you know that they're going to want certain things, but your side is saying that we're only going to accept this, then there's nothing to send, fam.
How you
It's not
know
like
that?
they're gonna. What do you? Okay, look. So if they
How do you
say
know
we're
that?
gonna. Okay, so I'm saying if they say we're gonna send a contract for 60-40, and they say we're not taking no 60-40, then what offer should they send them? Why should they write up an offer for 60-40 and they've already been told that they're not taking that? Why
They
should they
don't
even
know that.
bring that offer up there?
They don't know that, D.
They
D,
know it
they
because
don't.
they said that they're not taking that,
No,
dude.
D. Bob Arum is all over the place. Terence Crawford talking about 60-40 and he's going to whip Errol Spence ass. People taking it out of context, talking about is the money. But we just said that he don't even care. That's not even his business, the money. He talking about the fight. Bob Arum talking about 40-40 plus the winner get 20. Some crazy shit like that. So nobody knows. Look, until they
Okay,
send
but
the
that's
offer.
crazy. So that's not an
But
offer that's
that's what
supposed
I'm
to be
saying
sent
though.
that
They
day.
need to send something so
No,
they
they
can
don't need to
count it.
send anything. Listen, they don't need to send no fucking offer. It's 40-40 and the winner gets 20.
They
It's
don't have.
listen,
They send what they
hold on.
want.
Dude, listen. I'm going off of this dumb shit you saying right now. You said that Bob Arum talked about a 40-40 and then the winner gets the 20. This is what you're saying. So I'm only basing this off of what you're saying right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep that in context first and foremost. So
Okay.
that game just said that Bob Arum was the one that talked about 40-40 and the winner goes to 20. It's
Mm-hmm.
the extra 20. And we all know that Crawford said he ain't taking no pay cuts and he wants the 64. So what
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you is whether it's Crawford ridiculousness about getting 60-40 or whether it's Bob Arum's ridiculous offer about 40-40 the winner gets 20. Why the fuck would they entertain or write that offer up when they are the A side? Neither
Because
of those satisfies the Spence side. That's clearly the A side. They don't have to negotiate being the A
listen,
side in this.
they don't entertain. They don't entertain social media, man. We talking about millions of dollars, man. We don't make decisions and
Bro, I'm
listen
not
to.
talking about
You know
no
what I'm
fucking
saying?
social
This is
media
what we.
here,
This is
dick game.
well. This is what you're talking about, though. You
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking
what
about
you heard
no,
on
no, no.
social
I'm talking
media.
about what I know of
Where
boxing,
did
man.
you? Where do
Ain't
you
no
hear?
fucking social media. I didn't get this from no fucking
Where did you hear Crawford say
channel.
60-40? Where did you hear Crawford say 60-40?
From his mouth, bro, on a
Where
fucking
at?
interview. What
On
are
the
you
interview,
talking
where
about?
at? On what? On what? On what
Look,
platform?
big game. You and Troy Graham do this dumb shit all the time.
I'm not. I'm just
Okay,
telling you,
look, okay,
dude.
well, you gotta listen first. Because I'm gonna tell you the same shit I just told Troy Graham the other day. Dude, I read multiple articles, all kind of websites. I'm not gonna do y'all fucking research, but what I don't do up here is lie. So go punch it in on Google, nigga. Go put it on fucking YouTube search, and you go find the interview. Terence Crawford, I can't remember the young lady he was talking to, but she was fucking interviewing him, and he said it out his mouth. I don't get up here and tell no fucking lies, fam. So don't tell me where you get this from. I just told you Crawford, okay? If you don't believe me, go find the interview. But I don't have a fucking database where I pull up at will every fucking article and interview I read. But it don't mean a goddamn thing. I'm telling you, he said this. This is why y'all motherfuckers can never catch me because I come with the truth. So I don't give a fuck if you. I don't have to prove my credibility to you. Go find it. It's out there. I can guarantee you it's out there.
You know
Okay,
what you
it's the
sound
truth.
like
If
right
you don't want to
now?
believe it's the truth, fine. But it's
You know
out
what
there.
you sound. If you was a fighter, you know what you sound. You know what you sound like right now.
Man, I ain't no fighter. I'm
No,
not.
I'm
I'm a
just saying.
YouTuber.
I'm saying if you was a fighter, you
Well,
know
I
you
ain't. I'm
sound.
a
You
YouTuber.
sound. You sound like when Adrian Broner fought Manny Pacquiao after the fight. You remember how he was acting like he thought
Bro,
he
I
won the
don't know
fight?
what the fuck that's
D is
supposed
doing
to
it for
mean.
the hood.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they gave me was supposed to mean by that. My whole thing is this, man. This is my whole thing.
Nah,
Y'all
dude,
ain't
you
never called
wrong,
me no
dude.
fucking lies, Dick, man. You
You
say this
wrong,
kind of shit.
dude.
I ain't never
All
heard
I
it. I
said,
ain't never heard it. In
look,
the
dude.
articles are there. So go find it, motherfucker. It's out
D,
there. That's all
no,
I'm telling you.
all I
Crawford
said
said it.
was, this is a mega fight, and you cannot be worrying about social media when it comes to the fight. If you're the A side, Send whatever contract you got, you desire in your heart, brother. Just send the paperwork, man, and then we go from there. I don't care if you send it 90-10. Whatever you think you want to send. I know Al is a genius. He's a good man. Well, I don't know if he's a good man. I know that Al is a businessman. He can send the contract whenever they're ready for the fight to fight the best fighter in the world. They can send the contract. Okay.
Look,
Now,
have
what?
you ever dealt with contracts? Like, look, I just want to ask you this. This don't have nothing to do with boxing, right? I was in commercial painting, and I used to have to do subcontract work, sub jobs, and I would have to take a contract. So, have you ever been engaged in business where you have to take on a contract? Even when I had the recycling business, I had contracts that I had to sign. Do you have you ever been privy to this process of contracts, Nigga?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so you do understand with a contract that's written up that both sides do discuss this first. Because I've done it in every contract or every business deal that I've ever engaged in. We've had a discussion about it prior to writing up the fucking contract. So you do agree that that's how that goes, right?
Well, there's an offer and
Hold
there's
on,
an
hold on,
acceptance.
hold on. Just yes or no. Do you have the discussion and then write the contract up? Let's be honest. Let's not go all around the bush, fam. Is that how contracts work? Do each side have a fucking discussion and then the contract is written up? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, because that's exactly how it
So
works.
kind of,
So hold
sort
on.
of, kind of, sort of,
Well,
kind of, sort of.
you won't do this because you know I'm getting ready to destroy that dumb shit you just said.
It's not
Here it is.
necessarily
Well, let me finish first, and then you tell me how not necessarily, or I'll keep putting you backstage. You ain't cutting this off. You're not cutting this one off. This is how it's going to go. They have already had discussions. Both sides are clear, right? The Spence side that you're saying should just write up a fucking contract anyway. That side is clear that they're not willing to entertain Spence being 60-40. Because whether it's Crawford hollering out he's 60-40, or whether it's Bob hollering out negotiating on it, talking about 40-40 and a 20 split, they already understand clearly that this side ain't willing to play ball with what the business of boxing says. Ain't about no fucking YouTube or social media what the business of boxing says. So why write up a contract when the discussions led you nowhere? And this is basically what you're saying. Even though their discussions have led them no fucking where, just write up a contract anyway. How much fucking sense does that make, fam? Yeah, okay, you fell off all of a sudden. Come on with that shit, man. Like they get up here and they try to know, hey, okay, there you go. I'm glad you back. I want to know. In any contract situation, when the discussion's had, and y'all can't even agree on a number, why would you write up a contract on a number y'all haven't agreed on? What the fuck are you talking about? Write it up anyway.
Nah, well, D, I'm gonna just give you, you already know. If I get a phone call, I'm gonna have to come back in. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Uh,
But explain that though.
it's more like D. Okay. Let's say the talk. If we're gonna go on that talking, well then just send 60-40 Errol. Just send it, man. It's an offer. It's not the real contract that you're signing. It's the offer, man. Just send me the offer, bro. Just send me the 60-40 Earl offer, and then we go from there, bro.
So
We
you
got
said
Disney. Listen, we got this is what we got. We got Disney, we got ESPN, and we have Fox, all promoting this fight. This fight is bigger with Bud at Disney and Earl on Fox. This is a bigger fight. Now the suits gotta figure out how they're gonna distribute this money. They're building the fight. The fight is gonna be a mega fight. And to my buddy Jose, brother, the time is right now for the fight. Anytime before wouldn't have been ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now is right, bro. And actually, I would prefer to see Bud Crawford knock out Sean Porter and Earl fight whoever he want to fight, and then they make the fight next. Because
It
right
doesn't matter
now,
who Crawford fights. No one cares about another fight other than Crawford and Spence. Like you could see the numbers, the Errol Spence numbers on pay per view have been going down. I don't care what anybody says. He did 350 with Mikey, and they've been going down. So Errol's stock is actually going down. So
It's
this fight's
dance
not going
party.
to get any bigger. If they don't
It's
make this
like
fight like I said already, I'm
Well,
losing interest in it,
hey,
and
there
it
you
is what
go.
it is.
There you go, Jose. There you
no, they
go.
got
No,
Hold
there
on,
I go
hold on,
nothing,
hold
B.
on, hold
Those
on,
are
hold on,
facts.
gang, gang. Hold on, because I'm gonna correct any dumb shit that's said up here. Let me tell you something. His stock is going down. Why, Jose? Put it in context. Why is his stock going
Because
down?
the
No,
pay per view
no,
buys are going
no,
down.
no.
Yes, yes,
Wrong,
yes, yes,
wrong.
yes.
Okay, well, go ahead and give me your explanation, then I'll give you the correct one. Go
I
ahead, give me your
disagree, Jose.
explanation.
I
Yeah, give me
disagree.
your.
The
I know I
his pay per
disagree
view
with you.
buys
He's out of his fucking mind right now. But go ahead, Jose, Spence hater.
his
That's what you are.
I'm not hating on Spence. So I'm talking about the fight. I'm losing interest in the fight. We've been going on 3 years for this fight, and I'm just losing interest. And like me, there's other fans that feel the same way because when Spence fought Mikey Garcia, that was 350,000 pay per views. Now I could put all the resources and whatever articles you want that his last fight with Danny Garcia, Spence did anywhere between 180 to 250 pay per view buys. If we cut it
Yeah,
down
and
the
his
middle,
brother said
if we cut it
300
down the
plus.
middle, if we cut it down the middle, that equals to 220 paper 220 to 10 pay per view buys, which is actually always what it is because PVC didn't came up with the numbers. These were all sources that were leaked to them. And like I
Right,
said,
right.
Bob Arum, he's been in business for 50, 60 years. If anybody knows about the business of boxing, it's not you. It's
Yeah, I
not dead
know.
game.
Okay, but you gotta tell
It's
me
not
why.
dead. Let me just finish this and I'll be out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not you. It's not dead game. It's not me. It's Bob freaking Arum. He's made the biggest fights in history. And he said that Spence needs Crawford to have a big pay per view fight. His last fight, Bob Arum said this because he has people that analyze this shit, people with college degrees that analyze numbers, that are do market analysis on whatever it is that they do. That Spence has only done 200,000 pay per views. That it's not a pay per view star.
Oh
Pay
my
per view
God. All
star
right.
is someone
I
that
heard.
does a million pay per view buys.
Hold on, let him rock, bro, because
No,
he
no,
getting way
no,
off.
no. I heard Bob Arum say that. I heard the
Yeah,
interview.
okay, but that still don't answer. Look, man, y'all motherfuckers go off onto these goddamn tangents and shit. Now that Jose is finished, I'm going to clear up why. Because I said, tell us why the stock is dropping. He telling me about these guys that count the numbers and I'm wrong about pay per view. Fuck all that shit, bro. Spence fucking stock dropped because he did something stupid. He
That's
got
bullshit, D.
into the fucking car and
That's
nearly killed.
bullshit.
No, look, bro. What you're not
I'm
gonna
gonna
do is
tell you,
cut off in front of me, bro. Cut it out.
D.
You
D.
can go let
Listen,
you gonna let me finish, dog. That's how it rocks on this panel. What the fuck y'all don't get about that? Let me go and then you get your goddamn turn. You wanna go first, nigga? You go first. But you ain't gonna keep cutting me off. You go. You go.
no, D. All I was saying was
I don't
I
care
just
what it was you said, fam. Stop
no.
cutting me off. But you go say what you're gonna say
All right,
now.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. His stock actually rose because of the car accident.
All right.
Spence stock has been rising
I didn't say
ever
nothing
since.
for the car accident.
Listen, the car, his stock has been rising ever since Kell Brook. It's been on an
The
upward
numbers
trend.
don't say that.
But I don't care what the
All right,
numbers are
Jose,
saying.
stop
I'm
cutting him
telling
off,
you.
man. Stop cutting him off.
All right, I'm just telling you, bro. Since he fought Kell Brook, his stock has been on an upward trend. And the car accident actually boosted him up even more. It had more people talking about it than anything. That was almost like having a big fight. That incident was almost like having a big fight. If I mean any publicity you can say is good publicity, and that's what people talk about. It was something. It was also something to talk about. But that's all I want to say. D, my bad, bro. I'm gonna go on
Okay.
mute.
Now, are you finished, nigga? Because I don't want you cutting me off talking about all I
I'm
want
done,
to
bro.
say is this
I'm
right.
done. I'm
All
done.
right.
I'm done.
Now, what Dad Game is saying about maybe his search level, the intrigue of people in Errol Spence, his name being out there. Hell yeah, he's gotten more popular from that. As far as the pay-per-view numbers that Jose Yepes is talking about. He's correct. You could say that his popularity, I would agree that his popularity, his search drive has risen. But that just remember, guys, it's just like we say about fucking Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. Cause motherfuckers searching you up on Google and you get more popular on social media. That fucking shit don't equate to pay-per-view buys. So I agree with you, Dead Game. Yes, his popularity has risen. His search results have gone up since the accident. But that shit ain't equated to his pay-per-view numbers. Not even a little bit. It hasn't. Now, when it comes to the boxing fans, especially the ones that want him to win, the intrigue of the fights, that's what sells for the fights. And those pay-per-view numbers, most certainly, he should have been at like 450,000 easy money on this one. If what you're talking about, that game, contributed to his pay-per-view sales, which it absolutely does not. Because if it did, he should be up at 450 pay-per-view thousand buys or something like that. But when you go to what Jose is saying, then Jose is correct in that sense that those numbers have dropped. But what I'm telling Jose is because it's that whole atmosphere of the accident. And Jose, you're dead ass wrong with that. Because if the motherfucker wasn't in the accident, he would still be active in the ring fucking fighting. And that's
I
what
didn't say that. I didn't mention the accident, dude.
no. None of y'all gonna cut me off. Because it's my fucking turn now. Because you're dead wrong about that. If he's active, if he's in the fucking ring fighting, then those numbers would continue to drive up. Don't fucking sit and tell me they wouldn't. Because just like Dead Gang said, that accident that did cause his popularity to grow. But even before the accident, after he beat Sean Porter and became unified champion, his popularity started to grow. That's what I keep telling everybody about these fucking Tank Davises and shit. When you achieve, people will pay more attention. So he was growing anyway. And if he was in the ring fighting this fight, fighting the next fight, instead of being off 400 and something goddamn days, then the goddamn numbers would have risen up, Jose. So it did contribute to those pay-per-view numbers going down, Jose. In that game, those pay-per-view numbers most certainly did drop. It didn't help them. That shit that you're talking about is social media presence, search results, popularity. But that shit don't always equate to pay-per-view sales. And that's where y'all get shit twisted in this business. Nobody cares Ryan Garcia got 20 million fucking followers on Instagram. He's not getting 20 million pay-per-view buys off of it. I bet you that.
Well, let me just say this though. Let's
All right,
just
man.
be
You know what?
honest. Let's
I
just
gotta
be
run,
honest.
bro. So
Go ahead, bro.
I gotta run. Thanks for having me on the panel, and I'm not here to debate nobody who's ducking who, because like I said, that was my original point was this. I don't care about this fight anymore. They're not gonna make it. I made my peace with it, so I'm okay, bro. This fight, it is what it is. I'm not gonna blame anybody. Spence fans are gonna blame Bud. Us Bud fans, like me, I'm a Bud fan. I know what it is, but I'm not gonna debate. I'm not gonna put any more energy into it. I know who wanted the fight. I know who didn't make it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because I don't gain anything from it. I'm still not getting the fight. I could bitch and complain all day, and I'm just not gonna see that fight, and I'm okay with it. It's not the first or last big fight that never happened, so it is what it is. Anyways, blessings to everybody. See y'all later.
All right,
Peace,
bro.
peace,
All
bro.
right.
Peace out.
Peace out, Jose. Well, I know both of them wanted to fight, and Bob Arum and Al ain't make it. But go ahead, Dead Gang.
Nah, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say that they. I don't think they both really want to fight, bro. I don't think Earl really want that work right now, bro.
All right.
I, I mean, I just don't see it. I don't. Like I said, I don't. I don't see Earl wanting that work.
I see Earl wanting to fight. I just see Errol Spence doing what you Crawford fans don't want him to do or don't understand this is what he's doing. He's letting Al make the decisions, man. If y'all want to sit here and say own boss and man down was all bullshit, I'm on board with that. Spence don't have no control. It's Al Heyman. And this is where y'all getting blind, fam. This is what I keep telling you, that game. I can tell you this over and over and over and over again. Yak Face said, Pigeon, can I get a stream? Oh, okay, my bad, Pigeon. What's up? Appreciate you on the super chat. And this is what I'm saying about it, fam. Al Heyman and Bob Arum is responsible for not making this fight. Spence is willing to fight. You're saying that he don't want to fight Crawford. This motherfucker is talking about fighting Canelo. No, hold on. Hold on before you, because you just ready to do it. Go on back. There you go. Go back on mute, because I see you ready to do it. You tell me, and be fucking honest about this. Who is more of a dangerous opponent? Terence Crawford or fucking Canelo Alvarez? Be honest about that, dead game. Who's a more dangerous opponent?
Terence Crawford for his career, because if he goes up and fight Canelo,
okay, dead game. I'm done with you.
Let me say why.
Physically, the challenge in the ring, fam. I don't want to hear all of this politics shit about what it could mean for greatness and all of that. A man beating up another man. Who the fuck is more dangerous, fam?
Yeah.
Okay. If I go
Who's
into
more
one,
dangerous? A man beating another man. Who is more dangerous? Keep it real.
Man, look, I'm keeping it real. If you let me cook on it, it's not just like a one word answer, right? So
But
look,
what I'm asking is, who's more dangerous in a fight? It can beat him up. Terence Crawford or Canelo Alvarez? That is the exact question I'm asking. I'm not asking about no fucking.
That's a good fight.
So you're asking me what's more dangerous?
Wow.
I would say Canelo. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So let's stop there. You can speak on whatever you want to speak on next, but let's stop with the Canelo being the more dangerous, because that's the fucking point that I'm making here. You cannot
Can I
tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make a point?
No, you can when I fucking finish talking, fam.
Sorry.
Damn, you guys, it's not like y'all don't know the fucking rules on this panel. It's just like y'all jump on here and do opposite any fucking way. Like it's the kindergarten year. This motherfucking dude, Obi, been on here the whole time. He ain't cut nobody off, fam. Obi ain't cut nobody off. Because he understood the first time I told him. He only been on this panel 2 times, fam. Y'all motherfuckers been on here so many times, but y'all come on here and cut people off any goddamn way. Like, come on with this shit, man. We grown men here. So my
Can I get my say? Can I get my say?
When I finish, motherfucker. What part of this you not understanding? You got the floor next. Let me finish. Goddamn.
All right, bro.
Okay, thank you. My man, thank you. Now, dead game. If Errol Spence is willing to get in the fucking ring with a dangerous man like Canelo Alvarez, I don't want to hear none of y'all bullshit about him afraid to fight Crawford. It's not about these guys being afraid to punch each other in the goddamn face, bro. I keep telling y'all this. But y'all get up here and talk about, nah, I don't think that man want that smoke. Get the fuck out of here, fam. He's listening to what the instructions given to him from his handler. Y'all motherfuckers sit here and say Spence ain't his own boss. He listened to everything Al and them say. But then y'all want to sit here and act like he's not just listening to what Al and them say. He still may not want to fight. That shit is retarded as fuck, fam. He's willing to fight a dude like Canelo. Why the fuck would he be scared to get in the ring with Crawford? Crawford ain't more dangerous than Canelo. I don't make no fucking sense with these goddamn narratives and shit, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pigeon. Your floor now.
Yeah. I'll just saying, I've been on this channel for so long, and watching it. I think we should all give some money to this guy, because basically we're always on his channel. I think we should start giving some money to D Jefferson. £1, £2, £3, £4, £5 a month, whatever you've got.
Okay, hold on, Phil. Hold on real quick.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, real quick, brother. Real quick. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what you're saying, right? But no worries with that, because every time y'all come on this panel and the people come in the chat, I promise you that's 100% enough for me, man. So I appreciate the sentiment of what you're asking, but it's no need for that, man. As long as y'all come here, click that like for me. Much respect and much blessing to you. Anytime y'all decide or want to donate, that's cool. But no need.
No, it does need to be taken to another level, bro. You know as well as I do that you do need to be taken to another level.
Yeah, I'll get there, man. But let's rock out. Just to speak your mind, sports talk family, man. I never charge family for nothing. I debunk these narratives for free. It's for the love of boxing, baby.
It's like I basically like I'm in open prison at the moment, so I'm going to be locked up for the next 6-7 years. You have to make the most of your life, what you can, and when you've got something like the D Sports TV, speaking my Sports TV, it's a beautiful channel, and you have to make the most of it. It's pure knowledge, you know what I mean? Pure knowledge.
I appreciate that, fam. Phil, man, I want to talk to you after this live too. So when I shut the live down,
Nah,
don't get off. Don't get off.
you can,
But
you can if you want. I'm fine with that as well. I'm fine with that.
that's what's up. Now look, Obi, I want you to answer me this, fam. Do you at least get what I'm saying about the guy not being afraid to punch each other in his face, right? Why would he be afraid to fight
Wow.
Crawford if he's not afraid to fight Canelo? Does this make sense to you, fam?
Either way, hear all the talking clearly, but it's a little bit ridiculous. These guys are world champions. They've like their whole life to be scared, and that's the lowest guy unranked all the way to champions. It's a little bit redundant to make it seem like anyone's afraid of anyone. Even when we talk about who know there's someone that they just can't beat, they're not afraid of them. They're afraid of what losing means as far as their career advancing, making money.
Right.
For the Spence, but it's really silly to make it seem like champions are afraid of people. Their whole life is being put in front of the very best guy possible. The majority of the guys that they're up against are like opponents who should be able to give them a hard challenge, if not take them out, and they've risen on a live stream.
Yeah. And you was breaking up a little bit, but I kept letting you rock because what you were saying was still coming through. And that's the thing that I'm saying, bro. Look, I can agree with people when they say, "Oh, he don't want to lose that belt," or he don't want to lose his undefeated because he won't get paid for his next fight. Like that makes sense to me. But to say that, oh, that guy don't want that smoke, man, you think like, okay, so we calling Spence a liar when he looks Crawford dead in his eye and said, man, cut that out. I'll beat your little ass. But you're gonna sit here. He was standing right in front of him, man, looked him in his eye and said, cut that out. I will beat your little ass. But we're gonna sit here and say he's scared of him. Man, get the fuck out of here with this, man. I take this shit too far. And the whole time I'm trying to explain to you guys that it's Al Heyman and Bob Arum in the middle of this. Y'all don't want to accept none of that. And there's so much evidence to show y'all that that's the case. But y'all willing to lean on the fact that another man is afraid to punch another man in the face when this is what they do for a goddamn living. You guys are amazing with this shit. I'm 5'6", 140 pounds. And when I used to fight in the street, I didn't give a fuck who was in front of me. I would punch the fuck out their ass, bro. And I'm a little dude. I would fire off on them. You mean to tell me a professional boxer is scared to do that? Man, you got bumped your damn head, bro. This shit don't make no sense. It don't make no sense, man.
100%.
Hey, if I could say one thing real quick, a lot of people who may fall into either casuals or maybe not follow American boxing so claim to fame before he had meaningful fights that people couldn't take anything away from was that the rumors of him sparring with Floyd and all these guys, like he was giving world champions at least a hard sparring session, at least a workout before we ever knew who he was. If you can't even spar real fights, become a champion, and then now they put a guy in front of you that people say basically you guys are equal. You're toe to toe. Some people like you better. Some people like the other guy. It's 50-50. These guys, like, DJF just touched on it. Like, people have been fighting their whole lives. It's not just when we know them to say, like, you know what, this guy's a fighter. It's a bit of a bluff. That's part of Spence's whole demeanor, just kind of to use Spence as that one example. Is like, if you could be in there with Floyd and you're not even supposed to talk too much about what goes down in sparring, but then They were doing it to give Spence some love. It wasn't really
Yeah.
to like what these guys are used to before they're even under bright lights.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna
I
let y'all
think the
run.
Spence things with, yeah, no, you're right. I think the Spence thing with the sparring and that, like you on about the TMT gym and all that shit, bro.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
they were fighting in the
Yeah,
gym and that, yeah,
Gave him a
yeah,
black eye and all
basically,
of that bullshit. Yeah, we all heard about that, man.
yeah.
And if you
It's one
just
of
think
them, man.
about that, right? If you think about this, right? Okay, so he gives Floyd Mayweather the black eye, right? So let's just think about him doing this. This is Floyd Mayweather. Now, if y'all motherfuckers, Crawford fans, are sitting here telling me, like, if y'all even get ready, you know, when Spence did this was when Floyd was way back when Floyd was still in the ring. If y'all really get ready to sit here and entertain that Terence Crawford is more dangerous or worse or whatever level than a Floyd Mayweather, man, y'all Crawford fans have absolutely lost your fucking gourd.
Yeah, it's crazy, and
Y'all have
it is
lost your
crazy.
fucking gourd. If this is what y'all really believe, I gotta
Yeah.
stop with these narratives, man. This is all I'm saying. These fighters are not afraid to punch each other in the face, man. Spence, if you want to accuse Spence for the man down situation being bullshit, like I said,
There you go.
you can
There,
you can accuse him for that. You can say, man, you ain't your own boss. That's bullshit. And then I have no arguments with that. Yes, it's Al Heyman that's going to make the decision. But the problem with
yeah.
these Crawford fans is they've already said that. They've already said that man down promotion shit is bullshit. If it don't come from Al,
Mm-hmm.
they already realized that that's the case. But then they just want to ignore the fact of what I'm saying about Arum, what I'm saying about Heyman, which they've already said themselves, and just blame Spence for not wanting to fight. Y'all fucking crazy as shit, man.
Yeah. You've got to be objective to your own belief. So
Oh my God.
if you're gonna follow what you believe, you've got to be objective to believe it. A lot of people come back to your channel because it's an objective channel. It's a non-narrative channel, and it bases things on facts.
Facts. Thank you, Phil.
Nobody
Facts.
wants to hear facts in life.
No?
Nobody wants to hear facts in life. They only want to hear shit.
Yeah. That's just how it is. The truth hurts. But to cater to you and tell
Exactly.
you what you want to hear, that's soothing. That's soothing.
They don't want that. They don't want to hear stuff that's a fact. Basically, all they want is something to soothe. Like you know, you get those mints and you eat the mint. You go, ooh, I've not got hay fever. I've not got. It's like a mint. These idiots want a mint to soothe their own soul, but facts hurt. Straight heart facts. Nobody likes. Listen, I'm very casual in boxing. My knowledge is very bad, but I know when I'm hearing the truth and when I know, and the people take the piss out of me all over the boxing community, like, oh, is this, that, and the other. But listen, if you're gonna start talking crap, there's a lot of crap on the internet. There's so much crap on the internet, you could bathe in it. It's just ridiculous. I only come on the internet. I only come on. You would think I'm always on here. I'm not on the internet all the time. I'm here about twice a week for about 2 or 3 hours. But I tell you what, I stick to the channels that I like and the facts that I like. And you got the white people who are crazy. You got the black people that are crazy. You got the in-betweens which don't know what's going on. I try, and I'm guilty of this myself. I'm guilty of this myself, being a racist in my own mind. But life is about a battle between you, your color, and your mind. When your mind can defeat that, no one can test you. And that is the same with boxing. When your mind can defeat your color, you'll destroy everything.
Yeah, yeah. I just say push it all to the side, fam. You know what I mean? Push it all to the side. But
and a lot of
Trent
people,
Ross,
yeah.
Trent Ross, what's
Sorry.
good with you? No, I just see Champ jump in the building. What up, Champ? Appreciate you sliding through, fam. But yeah, man. Look, and you know, that game eased us into this damn Crawford Spence. But again, man, this just goes back to what I was saying about Bob Arum. That's why I like guys like Dead Game coming onto the panel because
It's a nice man. It's a nice
no,
dead game's a decent
he
game.
is a good dude, but it just solidifies what I'm saying about these promoters and the fact that these guys are so willing, these fans are so willing to take shots at the fighters. I don't care if it's Crawford or if it's Spence. Man, y'all gotta understand something. These motherfucker guys are warriors, man. This is combat
Yeah.
sports. They're not afraid
It's
to punch each other in the face. Y'all gotta stop with this fucking shit. And
100%,
understand
man.
that if some of these fights don't happen, let's look through the situation. Let's not so quick to say, "Oh, this guy," like Tank Davis for a situation.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Tank Davis with the point that I'm trying to make here about these guys. Do y'all think that that little motherfucking Tank is afraid to go in there and punch any of these guys? Most of these guys can't hurt him. That's why they call him Tank. What does a tank do? A tank takes all these little bullets, grenades, and keep coming forward and boom, blast you out the way. That's why they that dude's so fucking empty. So this is why they call him Tank Davis. He's a little fucking tank. Do y'all think that he's really afraid to punch anybody in the face? Fuck no. We understand that it's Floyd Mayweather and that bad-nosed fucking Ellaby is leading him down this path. They're his handlers. It's not that Tank is afraid to punch Lomachenko. I can sit there and say, "Oh, Tank didn't get that Loma, this, and the third." We know that it's Floyd that didn't put him in the ring. Do y'all think Tank is afraid to go in there and punch him? Stop this shit with Spence don't want to fight Crawford. Of course he wants to fight Crawford, but the numbers, that money got to be right. Spence said that himself. I always talk about what these fighters say. Crawford said, "The man not ducking me." Spence said, "Hey, I fight him. I fight anybody, but that check got to be right." He told you guys this. And fight him. And how fucking silly is it to think that this dude is willing to go up to 160 and fight a goddamn Canelo Alvarez, but he's afraid to fight Terence Crawford? Man, y'all done bumped our fucking head with these stupid ass narratives. Blood boxing, what's good with you, brother?
What's up, D? How you doing, my brother, man? Hey, I come in late on the conversation. I hear you guys talking about Tank Davis, man. You know, I like Tank Davis a lot. He's got some major power, man.
Yeah,
I don't really know what to say. I would love to see him fight like Devin Haney. I'd like for him to, because don't he have both belts, the one at 130 and he has a belt at 135, right?
Right.
So I prefer to see him in the 135 division fighting Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, and the bigger guys, man. But I like Tank a lot, man. I think the kid is great, man. You know, if he's going to stay at 130, I know they're homies, but Shakur Stevenson, I like to see. I think they're the best at 130 since he holds the strap there too.
No, I ain't even gonna lie, Blood. I'm with you on that. I think that's a phenomenal fight, right? But you're right. Like, cool
Yes,
and shit. But you know the next best thing, Blood, would be Tank and Burcho.
Shakur, bro.
That's a good fight too. I haven't seen Barbershop fight too many, maybe only like twice though. So I'm not as familiar with him as you guys are. I'll admit that.
He's a good test. I think that Tank beats him. I'm biased and I was talking about this. I think that Burcho gives Tank the most problem because of his tenacity, his work rate, and power. Shakur will give Tank problem because just outboxing him, but Burcho can actually hurt him, right? So that's the difference with Burcho. But even still, like, I'm not one of these Tank Davis haters and shit. Like I just said, you did dump in on this. I don't like the way Floyd and Ellaby are moving the kid, but it's not what.
Yeah,
I see the
100%.
potential in Tank. I see the power. I see what could be there. But Blood, like this, like anybody else knows this sport, you got to bring these guys up the right way. You can't be putting them in there with light touches. You keep putting them in there with light touches, they're not going to get better. You know what I mean? And that's my problem. It's not Tank himself, it's the way he's being moved. But do I think he's afraid of any of these guys or couldn't potentially beat these guys? No, I think he could. I think he beats Burcho. I said that I think he knocks Burcho out, actually. But I would like to see him
yeah.
take that level of competition, a Berto, right? Let's see him knock him out. I think Tank wins that shit. But let's put him in there. Forget about all these little Leo Santa Cruzes and then trying to convince me that that's a competitive fight. That was never a fucking competitive fight.
There
It
you
was
go.
never competitive.
Yeah, I think Tank can beat Pacquiao as well. I think Pacquiao's like got an unbeaten record. He's a bit of a pimp. You know, let's have a look at his box rate. What was his last fight? Vinales. That was
Yeah,
a
I'm
no
not sure who
contest.
that fight exactly was, but
It was
He
the
lost Sosa
Valenzuela
on
guy. The
KO,
Valenzuela
bro.
guy. It's the only. I've only seen like the last two fights. The Sosa and the Valenzuela are the ones that I saw.
I'm not convinced, bro. I'm not convinced with Pacquiao, bro. I think it's a bit of a fucking bitch ass fucking piece of shit. To be fair.
well, I can't give him a win over Tank. I tell you that. I would be picking Tank in that fight all day long.
Yeah, I think most people would as well. We're gonna go Tank on that. So
Nah, a lot of people would pick Berchot because these idiots out here
what
hate
really?
him. They hate him, fam. And I hear people
When
already
you
saying that Berchot would beat him.
well,
Already.
I'm not in America, so
Trust and believe. In America, a lot of these idiots hate him, but they hate on him for the wrong reasons, right? Like so
But
with
Tank,
they hate Tank. But hold on, Phil. Let me tell you. They hating on him for the wrong reasons. And this is what my channel does. This is what I do over here. If you're gonna say that you don't like the way Tank Davis is moving, fine, because that is an issue with his handlers and their agenda with him. Now, I just had a debate with a guy on EJ Boxing the other day, and we were talking about whether Floyd Mayweather is doing a good job with Tank Davis or not. Well, that depends on the context of that question. Because if we talk about the promoter side of it, you cannot say that Floyd ain't doing a good job with Tank concerning the promotional side of it. And this is why I say that. Because this kid is fucking making boogles of money. Like, listen, he's making so much money without doing what you guys are crying about, fighting the best guys. But he's still making so much money. What better promotion is it than that, motherfuckers? Are y'all crazy? But if you ask me this question in the other context of, hey, is Floyd doing a good job propelling him to greatness? I would say no, because the people that he's putting in front of him is not going to make him one of these all-time greats. See, at Tank Davis' age, he should be facing the guys like Pretty Boy Floyd was facing. In the line,
Yeah, you know what, man?
an
The thing
great.
about it is, go ahead, man. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but no,
Listen.
go ahead, Blood. Go
that's
ahead.
all right. Carry on.
Okay.
On.
Okay. The thing about it is that the promotional tool has changed, and what you said makes a lot of sense because it changed with Floyd Mayweather himself. Floyd Mayweather for several years was not actually a real promoter. He was just carrying the Mayweather promotion banner. But he actually, you remember, he had to,
100%.
after he got out of jail, he had to go and get his promotional license and everything like that. Promotions has changed with social media, and who else banner to be under rather than Floyd Mayweather? Bob Arum doesn't have a social media. He doesn't have like the whole social media aura that Floyd Mayweather has, because Floyd Mayweather is kind of like a celebrity now. So having Tank under his wing, I think that helps Tank significantly, considering Floyd's place in social media. Guys like Bob Arum are out of date with social media. In fact, Bob Arum, the old promotional way was to go around from state to state, face the press, and promote the fighter. Bob Arum can't even do that no more. You notice that he wasn't at that last presser with the fight he got coming up this weekend with Pulev and Joshua. He's doing those teleconferences now and stuff. Like, he's just getting older. Yeah. That way of promotion is out the door. Being under Floyd Mayweather is a good thing because then you have his social media following. So that's helped him.
Yeah, I personally think. Can I say? Sorry, D.
Yeah,
wait,
go ahead.
I personally think it's disgusting. Tank comes from Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, this is a big place. I've been to America about 3 or 4 times. I don't know that well. But listen, he got 200,000 buys versus that last fight against Leo Santa Nobody, bro. Leo Santa Nobody. Who's paying for them 200,000 buys? Are these bars in El Paso all in the safe
No,
of your
no, no,
country.
no. See, Phil, this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When we criticize Floyd Mayweather for the promotion
Yeah.
of it, what you're saying actually debunks that criticism, because you're saying who the fuck is paying for it. Well, that's the beauty of Floyd promotion. He can get all of these people to pay for Tank,
Yeah.
regardless of what you think about him as a hardcore fan. That motherfucker
No, I love
selling more.
Floyd. I love
Hold on,
Floyd.
hold on,
I
Phil.
actually love.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That dude is selling more than you guys' favorite fighters. And that's what's pissing these people off, these fans around boxing. That their guys are the guys that love Monster, Noi, and all of these Lomachinkos and all of that shit. They see that these guys have to put in what
Yeah.
they
No,
consider
you're
hard
right.
work. They see
No,
that
you're
these
right.
guys are putting what they have to consider hard work, and they're not getting this paycheck that Tank is getting when they don't see Tank doing what they want them to see. So the fuck what y'all see that? That's what the beauty is
Yeah.
of Floyd Mayweather's promotion. But look, let me say this real quick,
Yeah.
Phil, on what Blood
Yeah.
was talking about. Damn, Steve, come back, fam.
I'm quite old. I'm quite old, so I have to listen to the computer.
All right, well, I'm gonna just put you on mute, bro, because that shit is disruptive. But anyway, so Blood, you know what else too, Blood? Piggybacking on what you were talking about, Blood, is
Yes,
the hip hop culture. Because Floyd is knee deep in the hip hop culture, right? And
Great
so
point.
that fucking just explodes him when it comes to
Yeah.
popularity. Because kids all around the world are enthralled in this hip hop culture. And Floyd Mayweather is right smack dab in the middle of that shit. You feel me?
Yeah,
So
we all buy.
okay, Phil, that's why I keep putting your ass on mute, because I
So
know you're not doing it on purpose, but you can't help it, bro. So you know what I'm saying, Blood? So I agree with you 100%, bro, because Floyd Mayweather, he's a polarizing figure, right? And fuck, it's almost like Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey's book club, right? If you write a fucking book and it's accredited by Oprah Winfrey, it's automatically a bestseller because she's so deep into that community. With Floyd Mayweather, he can make things happen for you just by off of his name alone, and people don't like that shit. Well, that's a part of promotion, and just like Blood was just saying, Bob don't have that pull. Hell, Eddie is younger, but he don't even uh he's got presence in social media, but not like Floyd. Nobody in boxing has the social media presence as Floyd Mayweather.
Right.
No one.
Because, like you said, he has the hip hop community, and that's a big community to have. He has a real
Massive.
young following, Floyd. He has a real
Yep.
young fan base. So he's able to captivate the next generation through hip hop, like what you said. You know, he's connected to guys like NBA Youngboy and all of these people.
Yep. That's a
So,
fact.
yep, that's a real great point. I never really thought about it like that. I
Right.
had
it's
to
been
wrinkle
gone
to
for
my
years.
thought process. Shit.
Yeah.
You know?
It's
Yeah.
like
I mean,
the hip. Yeah, sorry.
now go ahead, Phil. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, the hip hop community's been going on since the 1980s, bro. We're talking everything since Grandmaster Flash, the Adidas tracksuits, all these people, man, them's turning up everywhere. Even where I live, man, it's probably one of the biggest things that has influenced the whole planet is the hip hop community. Black lives matter, and black
For
lives as
sure.
people. Listen, that is a part of life for a long time. Listen,
Wait, hold on.
I
Let's
am.
leave that
Hold
out.
on, Phil.
Let's leave that out.
Phil,
Let's
Phil,
leave
Phil,
that out.
Phil.
Black Lives Matter is not the
Yeah.
point right now. Let's kind of
Yeah, hold on.
keep
Yeah,
it on
because
your point.
I don't want to drive into that, Phil. That's going south. Let Steve jump in here because Steve was on here for a long time. Steve, what you want to say? You want to weigh in on this conversation, man? Steve, you're on mute if you're trying to talk, fam.
Come on, bro.
All right, Obi, what was you getting ready to say? I think Steve might be having some technical difficulty.
No, I only really wanted to chime in just to say, like, you know, let's not kind of add Black Lives Matter portion to what you were saying, because you made a great point.
I'm not doing that.
No. I know you're not doing
I'm
anything wrong. Just trying to slow you
doing
down. That's all. And actually, I do want to salute you for acknowledging that you're a casual, because a lot of people who are in that position are like hesitant to say that. So,
What,
like,
me?
yeah. Was it you who said that? Someone said that maybe.
Yeah, that was Phil. He was saying respect to you, Phil, for admitting
Is this
that.
an attack? Is this an attack?
No. I'm saluting you. I'm saluting you. No.
Yeah.
I respect that, because like that's like every walk of life. If you don't say you don't know something, you're never gonna learn more about it. So to be able to come in here with all of us and like, you know, just be yourself, I salute that. That's all it is.
Yeah. But I'm only casual in a few things. Like if me and you were to discuss the past part, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Yeah, so if me and you were going to discuss boxing like back in the 70s, 60s, and 80s when I was young, you're going to be the casual with me. So
you right about that.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Phil, I tell you what, this guy right here, Blood Boxing, you can have that conversation with him, goddammit, because Blood know his shit about that.
We're the same age.
Come on, bro. I don't think I'm going to last long with Blood Boxing.
Nah, I don't think so. That motherfucker know his shit, boy. I'll tell you, I done heard Blood go in before. That motherfucker know his shit way more than I know.
But you guys know the new school better than me, D. I mean, you know the new school much better than me. I'm not even going to try to front. I'm trying to learn it from guys like you, man.
Yo, listen. So this Black Lives Matter, the BLM. So you got this BLM. Listen, I'm in the UK, bro.
Phil, you're not getting it, fam. You're not getting it. I don't want to talk about BLM, fam. I don't even want to mention that shit. I don't want to open the cans.
I'm not going to discuss it, bro. I didn't bring that up.
Let's discuss Bob Arum and his fucking travesties, right? Because this is what this is really about. They game started this whole shit with the Crawford and Spence. Like, that's a dead conversation, fam. I don't.
Do you want a history of Bob Arum?
No.
He originally came from Top Rank, bro, which is in Las Vegas.
Listen to me, Phil. This is what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about no fucking Black Lives Matter. I don't want to talk about the damn history of Bob Arum. I want to talk about Bob Arum's fucking inconsistencies, right? Because Bob Arum is sitting here saying that basically it's this, guys. It's really this. It's simple. This in a nutshell. Bob Arum is saying that Devin Haney doesn't deserve a shot at Teofimo Lopez. I have to. That's who Steve was, MMA champ, fucking troll. But anyway,
Bob Arum's talking shit.
I'm next, motherfucker. You gonna be next? Stop. Just at it. You've been drinking that sauce, goddammit. So here it is in a nutshell. Bob Arum is saying that Devin Haney doesn't deserve a shot at Teofimo Lopez, and it's too consistent with why he's saying Terence Crawford does deserve a shot with Errol Spence. It's inconsistent.
Wow.
So you can't, if you're going to have the ideology that Devin Haney doesn't deserve it, then you have to have the ideology that Crawford doesn't deserve it, or vice versa.
Yeah,
if you're going to say that Crawford does deserve it, you
bro.
have to say that Devin Haney deserves it. But this is where people let this shit go over their head when it comes to Bob Arum. When they want to point the finger at Spence or when they want to point the finger at Crawford. Y'all missing the ball here. Y'all missing the fact that it's Bob Arum, and with all due respect, you fucking Spence lovers, my fellow Spence lovers, Bob Arum and Al Heyman. These guys are got to come together and make this fight. I don't give a fuck if it has to do with the fans in the stadium, with how much money they're going to shell out. This is what's going on, guys. These guys are not afraid to fight each other, and you guys need to stop that shit because
can I have a say? Can I have a say?
And bang it out.
Can I have a say?
It will not.
Can I have a say?
Yeah, you can, Phil. Make sure you stay on the goddamn topic.
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna get in those popsicles, bro. But listen, personally, Bob Arum's been around for years. He's been pimping for years. Every time there's a big fight that goes off, obviously he's been doing that. So I just think he's got to the stage in his career, Arum. So many fights have been going on from the 90s up until now, which he's been in control of. I just think it is what it is. I think he likes the power, he likes the money, and I think he's growing as a man, this Bob Arum. So I don't know what to say. I'm not sure. Like when it was set up through Nazim in Vegas, when they set up Top Rank, I don't think anyone thought Arum would have got to the level that he has, but he has got to that level. And to be honest with you, I don't know if I respect it, but I would have preferred Don King around to Bob Arum, to be honest. I'm not convinced.
I think both of those guys during that time. I don't really, I look back at that time, right, with Bob Arum, because I don't know as much as you as Blood, but I was privy to boxing. This is my era of boxing from
You
Sugar
know
Ray,
more than me.
Sugar Ray Leonard,
No,
and Duran 2 and on. Okay, this is when I start watching boxing. So I will say
yeah,
this
yeah.
about Bob Arum and Don King. Like or love either one of those guys, hate them, whatever. Those two guys were the most instrumental in boxing during that era. Like those guys gave us so much, fam. I don't care about the snakery that Don King did with these guys' money and all of that. Okay, that's a factor. I'm just talking about the fights they bought for us. Those two guys
That's true.
brought us the fights, man.
They would stack the cards, man, especially Don King. He was in control of the heavyweight division throughout the 80s, and he would stack the card. But the inconsistencies of Arum, it just goes back as far as top rank. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna do like all the other promoters, Eddie Hearn, Don King, whether it be main events, whether it be the Goosens, all of them are gonna twist the narrative to suit their needs. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna. One thing would apply to Don King and Bob Arum's mind, it doesn't apply to him, and he'll switch it up if it's for his fighter and all of that kind of stuff. It's been going on for so long. I just think that Arum is getting a little older now, man, and I think he's on his way out the game, man. I don't think we'll have Bob Arum in 5 years. I don't mean he's going to pass away. I just don't think he'll be in boxing within the next 5 years.
Hey, Blood, to be honest, fam, and I don't want this to sound mean, because I give all of these guys heat, but I think dementia or Alzheimer's or something might be starting to set in. Because look, the way this guy contradicts himself, like sometimes within the same fucking interview, right? That to me, that's just almost because this guy's he's a sharp boxing mind. He's been in this game for so long, but the way he contradicts himself within the same interview, like to me, that's a sign of like dementia or Alzheimer's, just like getting too old. This motherfucker's forgetting what he says from 1 minute to the next, dog. You know what I mean?
I think
he's gotten a lot worse,
right
man. Over the last 10 years, he's gotten pretty bad over the last 2 or 3 years, and I think that's why we're seeing less of him. And he could barely get around too, man. I mean, he's struggling.
You shouldn't hate that though. Yeah, I just think
he's
it's
an older guy, but he's on his way out of the sport at this time.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
He's 90 years old. I mean, he's over 100.
The moves that Arum is making now. He's kind of he's doing what he needs to stay at the top of the game. Like when you mentioned Don King had all the heavyweights. Arum looking around and he sees his stable is thinning out. So he's got to do whatever he could do. So if it's extra leverage, kind of using popularity of one fighter to propel the other, like Haney is a popular fighter. So people are using his name. They want to see him do certain things and move on up. But now if he's looking at his golden goose, Crawford is easily his best fighter. You know what I mean? And after that, the stable significantly drops off. And when you look at that going forward, like we mentioned, the next 5 years, where's Bob Arum going to be? Who's his next star? If he pushes Haney too fast, what's going to happen to him?
Yeah, fucking basically, he's had his time. He's about 90 years old. So fucking, he's about 90, and I think Don King's about 90, and he's fucking ain't young. So
years.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with him. But the thing is, we're still blessed. We're still blessed by God or by Allah, whoever we believe in, and we've still got good boxing. Listen, and that's all it's about. You got your best fights. You got your bet. I'll tell you what. We should be proud of what we've got in terms of our community, because like boxing is all about a bit about yourself, and you gotta stick up for yourself. You gotta fight. What boxing is not between the two guys in the ring. It's actually between you and the world. The idiots that you have to speak to every day, the idiots that are trying to rip you off or trying to send you to prison. Boxing is.
I had to plug my damn laptop up.
Oh, sorry to bother you.
No, I had fell off, bro. Intangible boxing, though. What's up, fam?
What's
Here
good?
he is. He's a good man. He's a good man.
How's it
This
going,
guy.
fellas? So we're talking
So,
about Bob Arum.
How's it going, Intangible?
Yeah, we talking about Bob. I was just talking about this. Did you see? I don't know Intangible because I'm not sure if you follow Fred Barbershop. A lot of people over here don't follow his channel, but I do, which I told you guys before. So I was listening to Fred, and he had an interview. Bob was on there and shit, right? So this is where I just decided to pop this live because of his inconsistencies, man. And I'm just basically saying Bob's rationale, Intangible, for why Devin Haney doesn't deserve the fight totally contradicts what he's saying about Crawford versus Spence. That's what I'm getting on. That's basically what this live was about.
Promoters inconsistent. Wow, that's such just tremendously
Right.
breaking news.
No, right, exactly.
I mean, I do think he is on his way out the gate. I feel like this is honestly a transitioning in eras between promoters. Bob Arum and Don King were ruling the entire sport for the most part. In the American market for 20, 30 years, and Don King's left for the most part, actually. He still promotes Makabu, but I don't even think he is necessarily responsible for his promotion. And Bob Arum's on his way out as well.
Yeah.
Possibly going to pass his promotion to his nephew. So I really don't. Like, I don't listen to what Bob Arum says. You know, it's all smoke and mirrors to me. I just wait until fights are official. I don't take what Bob Arum says seriously. He said like a year and a half ago that he and Al Heyman were going to meet up and negotiate Crawford versus Spence. Spence came out like a few days ago and said they were never in negotiations. And that someone on his team needs to come over and speak to Al Heyman, which contradicts that. What do you expect? I don't expect Bob Arum to deliver me anything with any of his interviews.
But you know what, Intangible. Look, I got a question for all of you guys too. I just want to make this statement about but then I want to ask all you guys a question just to get your idea on it. So the thing with Bob Arum and like Blood Boxing brought up a good point about him being on his way out the door is in this business of being a boxing promoter, it's I always say this, I use this analogy. A boxing promoter and the business of it is like a defense attorney, right? It's in their job description to lie. You know what I mean? They're going to lie. So you, as the public, we have to understand that they're going to deceive us at a certain level because it's in the job description. But if you're going to be a great deceiver, as Bob has been for many, many years, you're going to have to be able to keep up with your lies. This motherfucker's forgetting his lies, fam. So he cannot do the job as efficiently as he's been doing it. Because you have to remember these bullshit lies you tell as a promoter. You think all of this bullshit Eddie Hearn running around telling people he don't remember the bullshit he said the last time? If not, you're going to keep exposing yourself. And Bob continues to expose himself because, dog, he's slipping. He's slipping into dementia, Alzheimer's, or old age, or whatever the fuck, but he's slipping. That's the thing what's going on with Bob right now. But here's the question I have for you guys. And I'll start off with you, Blood. I want to ask you guys, who do you think when Bob Arum leaves out the door? Because he for sure is the number one promoter in America. I don't think there's any debate with that. When he leaves, who's next? Who do we got next is the great promoter in America? It damn sure ain't Floyd Mayweather. I can't lie, bro. Because it might work with Tank, but that shit ain't gonna work with every boxer that comes his way.
Either it's going to be none, and it's just the PBC stable.
You sound like Blood Boxing. I thought I said Blood Boxing.
Oh, I didn't know you called him out. My bad.
Yeah. Go ahead, Blood.
I think that what's going to happen is that social media is going to become the promoter. I think a lot of these fighters are now starting to realize the platform, so they're going to have to form their own social media and promotional team. That's what I think is going to happen. I think that way of promotion is pretty much out the door after Bob Arum. Bob Arum is like the last one holding on. Don King has been insignificant for quite some time now. I mean, he still has a few events here and there, but he's not the significant force that he was in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Right. And then when the social media tool came into play around 2005, it came into play off the back of Floyd Mayweather Jr. So I think that he'll still be a relevant promoter, but I think it's going to be a lot of self-promotion, because if you notice, a lot of these young fighters, they have their own promotional companies. Canelo Alvarez Promotions, Teofimo Lopez even has one now. So I think that it's going to end up going to the fighters to where they could find an outfit like a PBC or to fight behind, because PBC says that they're not promoters, which we all know. They actually are a promoter in some kind of way. But I think that the tool has changed more into a social media tool. I think that a lot of that is going to be done through social media. Even Terence Crawford is starting to notice now at a later age that, hey, maybe I need to get on camera and say something. And that's what keeps us fight fans talking when they come on their cameras, because the fighters from the past did not have this social media platform. So I do believe that that's the future. It's an individualized social media team that's going to help these fighters out.
Hey, that's gems right there. That's gems right there, Blood. That's gems, and that gives me a lot to think about. Obi, what you think? After Bob leaves, what's next for America as far as promoters? Who's next? Or what Blood said was pretty good, but what you think?
It's likely to be Floyd.
Yeah.
Chances are he is going to kind of create a new platform to empower the fighters, kind of like how he's, I'm not going to give him too much credit, but like PBC is on the right track. And then if people can kind of use their celebrities and control their fights better, control their careers better without needing people whose interests may not be aligned with their own. But like Floyd has been really good at pioneering and paving the way for the next generation, even if it's not necessarily in the ways that we've liked, because some of it has been bad. But it'd probably be something along those lines. I thought Oscar had a shot. I thought he did, but seeing how things have dissolved as of late, I'm not too hopeful for that. Keep an eye on Canelo, because whatever the idea is going to be, like if it's not going to be something that Floyd comes up with and kind of blesses a lot of his young boys with it, keep your eye on Canelo. Canelo will probably be the one to make the move that's going to determine how all of this shakes out going forward.
Yeah, that's what I don't like, but you make a good point about Floyd there, but it's tangible. What do you think, fam?
I'm glad Blood made the point that he did. However, I think for the immediate future, let's say Bob Arum exits the game pretty soon, I don't think you can quite go to that quite yet, because not every fighter is going to come into the boxing world, even if they have a big amateur pedigree or background, with enough of a social media following for themselves to be tracked in the right direction. Not everybody is going to get into boxing with the same charisma as Teofimo, or the same following as Ryan Garcia, or have the same backing as those guys. There's a lot of different factors that would have to, like, would there be a social media stable that would bring in fighters? Would the promotion be mainly centered around social media companies or something like that? That's possible. But I think for the immediate future, that's something that's kind of going to have to sort of develop over time. And that's going to be determined based on, I think, possibly what Canelo does in the future. But for the immediate future, who's going to take over as the main promoter of America? Whoever's promoting in the PBC, and whoever takes over Bob Arum's top-ranked company. Or it could just die off. I don't know. But
so I think that here's my thing. I think Blood just brought up something that made me think. I think he's correct that it is going to shift into that way, because it does make sense. I mean, look, Lions down promotion, Man's down promotion, Devin Haney and his, Canelo Alvarez promotion, Teofimo just started a new thing up, and it's beginning to be a trend where these fighters themselves, if you notice that the other sports organizations around America, this has been prevalent in these organizations. The NBA, the Players Commission, the players taking more power back in their hand. They did it back earlier than all of these leagues in baseball. When they had their lockout, the players took more power in their hand. It happened in football and all of this. So I think that this is a trend with the culture of American sports anyway. especially with these prima donna motherfuckers getting all of this money before they do enough to deserve it, as far as how they did back in the day. But I think that's a good thing. Now, here was my idea on it, guys. And I don't know if any of you guys was thinking about this, but someone mentioned Bob's nephew or whatever, right? But uh what made what Blood was saying interesting to me is that little do people know, maybe some people do know, but they just wasn't connecting this, is that Top Rank has a very deep social media presence as well. But he stays behind the scenes. He's not in the camera on Top Rank Business, but the social media presence will be there. And that's nothing more than Jay fucking Prince, man. So let's think about this. Bob Arum's nephew or whatever, of course, Bob Arum is training them in the ways of the business. Their link to social media will be Jay Prince. And Jay Prince, his foothold in hip hop, forget about Floyd. Jay Prince's foothold in hip hop is much, much deeper than Floyd's,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That motherfucker could put anything up on Instagram, and everybody damn near that's involved in hip hop gonna be watching what Jay Prince got to say, right?
He wouldn't even
That
do it
social
himself.
media presence, and Top Rank already has that. So that, along with Bob Arum's nephew or whoever the fuck takes over, that could be a force and presence in itself. But either way, I do think that it will shift to what Blood is talking about. I do think that's really deep. But they have that social media presence with Jay Prince.
If I could chime back in for a second,
Good
I
point.
feel like I do agree. The fighters kind of
Right.
taking some control into their own hands will be the wave. But that's kind of how PBC rolls up in a sense that like once once there were everyone's doing their own thing. Then if you're lower on the scale and you don't have as much pull, you're going to gravitate to a company that's going to elevate you. You can be underneath their umbrella. And now that's become oversaturated because now they control too much of the industry. So now that's going to dissolve. It's going to go back to people doing their own thing. But somewhere along the line, there's going to be some promotion that's going to be a stable, maybe combine two or three extremely popular fighters, or they're going to rebuild. We're going to see this again in some form or another, just not in the immediate future.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty interesting, dog. And I just, I was just thinking about that because, like Bob, I love him. I don't really have any bones against Bob. It's just these fans out here that don't want to understand that most of the time, man, it's not our fighters. It's not our fighters. It's just not. It's the politics of the sport. And, the old adage is that if the fighters really want to make that fight happen, they can. Yeah, maybe back in the 90s. But in this day and time, man, these guys don't have a lot of control. It's their handlers. And, I understand how, well, we got to understand that the promoters work for them. Yeah, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the promoters work for them. They hire the promoters. But y'all, the people listening and understand this about how we say the promoters actually work for them. That is truth. It's total truth to that. You take a guy like Jerron in his boots, who's an extreme talent, Jerron in his boots, right? But he can't get a valid bone thrown to him. When I say a valid bone, a good fight to get him noticed. Well, the reason why Jerron in his boots cannot get a good fight, regardless of the talent level, is because they refuse to sign to any of the majors. They won't even sign a 2 or 3 fight deal with any of these majors. So these major promoters and networks looking at them like Golden Boy, Top Rank, or whatever. Okay, well, fuck you. If you don't want to give us a 2 or 3 fight deal, then you go find somebody to fight. We got all the guys that you need to fight to make you valid. So we can sit here and say that, well, you got to realize these promoters work for the fighters. It don't matter. Those fighters can't get a goddamn fight if they don't play ball.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, the promoters still have the power. Whether these fighters they supposedly work for the fighters or not, these fighters cannot get a valid fight to validate themselves to put them in #1 contention unless they play ball.
Yep.
So
It's like having an accountant or a mechanic. When you pay
right,
somebody, granted they're an expert on what they do, you're paying them to take control and use their expertise to give you the outcome that you want. So they do have say, they do have extreme dominance. You'll never be able
right,
to bully your accountant because this person knows where your X and O's really lie. They know where you need money, where you could save it. Like that's your boss. You're paying that person to help you elevate, and that's exactly what it
Exactly.
is in fighting.
Exactly. And with these promoters, not only do they have those numbers, they have the fucking resources. So you can't even get the fight, the correct fight without them, fam.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
and
is
that's kind
true
of what I was
indeed that
saying.
they
Where like
do.
the PBC, that
Oh,
kind of
Oh,
structure will come again, because
right,
like people doing favors for each other. You know, like I got a lesser known fighter. I'm gonna let you fight my big name guy, give you a little bit of clout, and then now
right,
when one
right.
hand washes the other, my young boy needs a favor. You're gonna let him fight one of your decent guys. It's gonna come back. It's just that it hasn't been handled properly over the past 10 years, give or take. And with social media changing and all that other stuff, we've just been saying it ourselves. The landscape is going to change. Once we see how that changes, there's going to be someone who has a great idea, or maybe we've already seen it and they're waiting for things to align, and then it's going to start again because it just makes sense. It's like it's the business of boxing. You do need a way to get your unknown fighter or your even a fighter who's feared. You got a boogeyman in the corner, like not everyone wants to fight him, so sometimes you need to grease the wheels. So let me give you guys a couple fights you think is more favorable for you, so I can get what I need. That's business everywhere in the world, regardless of the industry. But on
Yeah.
that, I gotta head out. So I want to salute everybody. I'll listen, but I'm not gonna be
thank you.
chatting anymore.
All right. Well, appreciate you, Obi. You know you're always welcome, fam. Go ahead, Blood. You was getting ready to say something, brother.
Yes. See, the thing about it is that with the promoters, it starts with the fighters. Okay. Now, the fighters in the very beginning, I think the promoters have more pull until the fighters are actually bigger, and then they could start making demands. And at that point, they could say, "Hey, the promoter works for me,"
Yeah.
because now they're big enough to say that. But in the beginning, you have to have some fights through a promoter, and once you get to the point to where you're bigger than the promoter, like Mayweather and Pacquiao was when they were building up, and once you win some belts, and it's going to be a big loss for the promoter to lose you, then you could start bragging and saying, "Hey, my promoter works for me." But I still think it's up to the fighters, though the promoters build barriers. I still think it's up to the fighters. It starts with them. Like they really have to want to fight each other. If they don't want to fight each other, they're going to hide in the politics and use the promoter as or ABC politics, A side B side politics, need I say, as an excuse not to face each other. But I think it changes the promoter, the relationship between the promoter and the fighter changes as the fighter becomes more popular, and that's why they leave promotional outfits. Like Canelo got big enough to where he could tell Golden Boy basically, "F you, I'm
Right.
out of here."
Right.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. I think it's good to spend a few years with a promoter. Like someone like Boots Ennis shouldn't be turning down promoters at this stage. He has
No
to do
way.
something to prove himself, and then down the line he could say, "Hey, you get me the fights I want, or I'm out of here. I'm the big name now. I'm a big star."
Uh,
So you have to play ball some.
and that's why I think, Blood, what you were saying, that's why I think it becomes extremely interesting because, bro, I never thought about. That's why I love having these discussions, especially when guys like you and the tangible guys that's insightful come around, because I never looked at that side of the self promotional kind of thing starting to take off. But when I do look at that, right, and all of these little promotional outfits starting to come up, and you see Devin Haney and Bill Haney literally implement this, right? Because they did a partnership with Eddie Hearn versus signing to him. And that
Right.
type of thing will start happening. And as we're talking about like these networks, well, then it's basically going to shift to a thing where these guys got their own little promotional, they'll share promotional, but then they'll decide which network they'll hop around to. So the business will still be going, sort of like pimps and hoes, right? You know how where at one point in time, like seriously, though, it's a crazy analogy,
Yeah.
but you know how the pimps they had all the girls, and eventually the girls was like, "Fuck that! I'm gonna make my own money. I ain't gonna keep giving my money to this dude." You know what I mean? So the pimps kind of slowly died off. Now, if the pimps had all the Johns, right? If they had a network where all the Johns, all the guys that's looking for these hoes would come to them, then the hoes would still have no choice but to do some type of business with the pimps. Well, that's how it is in boxing. The promoters, the big promoters now, they the pimps. Well, now the hoes are starting to disperse out. Like, look, fuck that. I'm not gonna keep getting pimped. But these pimps in boxing, they still have all the fighters in the lock. You know what I mean? They still have these networks. The guys is going to get you up. So they're going to have to start doing business together, right? And then they'll eventually, in my opinion, I'm with you that that'll eventually become the wave where these guys are running around with their own little promotions. You know what I mean? Instead of three or four guys controlling the whole atmosphere, I think that it'll split up, like you're saying, like where you'll have all of these little promotional outfits, and that could potentially be better for boxing because now you don't have three or four outfits that has control over everything, and these guys can get around and fight each other without all the bullshit. Well, I don't know. It could be pros and cons. We'll have to see, but I do think that was really insightful what you said because I could see it heading to something like that. Because things are going to change when Bob leaves. That's for damn sure. He's the biggest promoter in the game right now, whether he's going senile or not. Things are going to definitely start to change when he leaves the game.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
I agree. Now, let me say one more thing about the nephew. Now, if the nephew is going to take over, I don't even know this guy's name, the nephew, but will he be able to maneuver in the same boxing circles that Bob Arum has been a part of for decades? Because it's just like when Dan Dover passed, Kathy Dover really couldn't maneuver in those territories like him. Are the people going to pay the same respect to whoever this cousin is taking over that they paid to Bob Arum? I don't think the company is going to be as strong without Bob Arum there.
I think. Look, you want to hear something funny? You want to hear something funny, blood? I think this shit will be intact because of Prince. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes. That's a very strong point to bring up with Jay.
I think that he will make sure that we know who the boss is, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yes, sir. We know he gets things done. That's for sure.
Hell yeah, bro. He knows how, and people underestimate the value of this guy. That dude's a billionaire. He's a billionaire, and any billionaire in this country, guess what they have? Power. Because money is power in this country. So Jay Prince is very, very powerful. People just don't realize, not just in the hip hop culture, in business, in fucking
the underworld,
mafia status, whatever you want to say. Yeah, the underworld. There you go. That's a better word for it. But this dude has a lot of pull and power in important places, and I think that everybody will stay in line, and that will be kind of the muscle driving that, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I appreciate you too, man. Yeah, Intangible, you want to give me some close? Well, he don't. He left. But you want to give me some closing thoughts, fam?
Hey, man, it's really good being on your show, man. I think this is the beginning to a new friendship between me and my boy D Jeff right here. I'm saying, man, I see us going a long way, bro, and I'm glad to come over to your page. This is the first of many times.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. You know, I've been over to your page plenty of times, but
yeah, man, and I thank you. Thank you so much.
And blood, I will tell you this too. I know that you think differently. I don't put you in a group setting, and you understand that I'm not in a group setting anyway. We're free thinkers, you and I, right? And so I say things, and sometimes it may be taken out of context or overblown. But my thing is just, I just want to tell you this, and I'll give you my email, and we'll talk through the email. I'll give you my personal phone number. If you ever have a problem, if you ever have a problem where somebody said, DJ, just do me a favor and call me first. These motherfuckers.
Okay, yeah, let's exchange numbers, man. Yeah.
We're gonna do that. And, you know what I mean? Because I don't bro. I'm a real cat, bro. I don't care. Motherfuckers call me cool, whatever. I don't care about none of that.
No, man, that's not true. They call me that too, man. That's not true. I've never been called that to my. I bet you've never been called that to your face, though, right?
No.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
No. So I don't even care about that. Yeah, but you will hear me say things about, I will say, I'm different from these people around YouTube. I always say certain LDBC channels, but I always big up the LDBC in whole because I don't have a problem with the community, but there's bad apples in every bunch. So I'm not going to praise guys or if something I disagree with and they're part of the community, but I do make sure that I always specifically say certain channels of the LDBT. I don't just stereotype the whole fucking group. You know what I mean? Because I have no problem with you, no problem with Cali, fucking scrapbooking. It's, you know, the list goes on and on. But some of these guys just say idiotic shit, in my opinion, and then so I'll call it out, and that's it. You know
You
what
have
I
the
mean?
right to your own opinion, man. You have the right to your opinion. You're very strong opinionated. So what? You keep it boxing. You're not coming on here talking about nobody's mother or anything
Right.
like that. You're keeping it
Right.
boxing, man. So you have the right to say what you want, man. And that's why your channel will continue to grow. I
Right.
just say keep doing that, man. Keep doing that because you're going somewhere with this, bro.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, and that's all I'm gonna keep doing. And I appreciate you coming through. And y'all make sure y'all check out Blood Boxing because I keep telling y'all. I know y'all heard me say it before. This is one of the most stand-up guys on this shit that I've ever met. I listen to his content, and I have zero problems with him. So y'all check out Blood Boxing. All right, Blood, appreciate you, my friend.
Take it easy, brother. Okay, man.
All right. So, guys, and Scott Brown, real quick, Berlanga is 15-15 with 15 knockouts, dude. He is a freaking prospect with basically 15 professional rounds, Scott Brown. Think about it. He is 15-15 with 15 knockouts. That means he has 15 professional rounds. To start charging him with ducking is probably a little bit premature, man. Let the kid breathe. He basically has 15 rounds in the pros. Let's not throw ducking at him already, okay? Let's see where he is. Let's see what he has because he's been knocking everybody out in the first round. We don't even know what he is. When you talk about a Bektamir Melikuziev, he's already have pedigree. He's way more proven than Berlanga, so it's not really you know, fair to say that he's ducking anyone right now. Kid's a prospect, so give him some time. But as far as Bob Arum is concerned, you know, less than 15 full rounds. Exactly, Smoke, because he ain't make the fucking end of the rounds. You're right, Smoke, less than 15 rounds. But look, Bob Arum, guys, is probably the most influential and biggest promoter in the game, but he is a huge problem. And always keep this in mind before you want to call Teofimo a duck, or Errol Spence a duck, or Terence Crawford a duck for that matter. Or you can't say Devin Haney's ducking because he's crying about the fight. But either way, y'all look at it. When it comes to Bob Arum and any other fighter, whether it's his fighter or a fighter outside of the top rank that's supposed to be fighting one of his guys, no matter what, I want you guys to remember this. Bob Arum is the biggest snake in this fucking sport. He knows how to deceive. He might be falling off, but he knows how to deceive you. He's been doing it for over 50 some years, almost 60 years. This guy knows what he's doing. And so before you're so quick to say that another fighter is scared of another fighter or he ducking that smoke, he don't want to fight him, always think, maybe, just maybe, Bob Arum has got something to do with it. And I can bet you this, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be 100% correct. Appreciate all you guys coming out, listening to D. Jeff yak on and on about boxing. Hey, love you all. Y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.